All right. Welcome, you raging biatches. And you flaming homosexuals. So we're gonna go to war with this guy right here. Let's just do it. Let's go. I'm ready. We're gonna go raise the biatch. It's actually been a little while since the last time I was playing. So we are back now. And I do forget what we were up to, but it doesn't matter too much. Dude, I was asking this previously before. And it's a genuine question I really do have, right? The question is, when are people going to get real? When are they going to get real about whatever it is that supposedly matters to them, what matters in general by philosophy? I mean, when are people going to get real? Because right now we have an issue. A lot of it has to circulate around things like, for instance, there is a massive attack undergoing right now on things like freedom of speech. You have these crazy leftists, right, who are going out of their way to enforce their politics. And the question is, when are people gonna get real? We have such massive infringements right now upon notions like the First Amendment. And by the way, liberals, they just don't believe in the First Amendment. So it doesn't matter what they actually think about the topic. I mean, screw those freaking losers. But it doesn't even matter to be said, but might as well just say it to be very clear on it. But anyways, you're seeing some legitimate problems, some huge issues. And let's just be honest, people are acting like it doesn't matter. You know, nationalism is dead. Patriotism is dead. Masculine supremacy is dead. By the way, you don't have a civilization without men of supreme virtue. And nowadays we've done everything in our power to demonize the essence of men who possess supreme power, supreme relevance. All the essence of supremacy has been stripped out of men. Which means what? All that's left is weakness. That's what it means. And now you see in modern civilization, right, the popularization of terms like escapism, terms like power fantasy. These were not terms for many generations that most men abided by, thought of. They didn't give a crap. And these things were not just simple, fleeting little, these kind of passing dreams or, right, fantasies. It was real for them to possess the power fantasy because it's not an actual fantasy. For losers, yes, strength and greatness is always going to be a fantasy. But nowadays, we have popularized the weakness of men so extensively that now so many men and so many people think it's just normal for men to be weak, for men to dream of a day where they would actually ever be strong. It's become this intangible apparently. And now it's just this, right? I mean, you hear so many people say the term, this freaking lousy term, and this is a very corrosive term. Saying anything like power fantasy, escapism, these things do not exist. These things only exist because you're a weakling. It's the only reason. But now what have we done? We have popularized weak men. That's not good for the host. That is not good for a man to be weak. But then also, of course, we have the problem that outside of weak men, well, no. It's not good to be weak. It does not service you in any way whatsoever to be weak. It's not good for civilization, and it's not good for the men themselves. But you have these fanatical, for instance, leftists who are so dedicated to destroying men. You have these corrosive little parasites, and they are going out of their way, in more ways than one, to destroy the essence of men that possess superior and supreme virtue. They want to see men be weak, and they want to see men be wanderless, and they want to see men be destroyed. Effectively, they want to kill men, is what they want to do. They want to turn men into the very vessels who will end up ending themselves. That's what they want, and that is what they seek out. Hold on, I don't have a... Where's my vassal? But they want men to be weak. They want men to be wanderless, confused. And that's what you have with a lot of modern men. And even in the ways that and I will use myself as an example, even though I don't like doing this. I don't like anecdotes, but I'll say it anyways. Even for myself though, growing up in a lot of ways, I resisted the imposition of all this egalitarianism. But even as much as I resisted it, a ton of egalitarian ideals and virtues, they all seeped through the cracks. Absolutely. And there was a bunch of stuff that I effectively had to unprogram out of myself. Deprogram all this hysterical kind of latently corrosive ideations, leftist ideations within my own mind. And it's these very possessive, ideologically corrosive ideations that, created a lot of problems for myself. Absolutely. And I had to overcome those. It was very difficult for a while. But they don't want men to be strong, and they don't want men to possess what is masculinity. And they want to instead shame you and hate you for overcoming your weakness and ultimately becoming what? The embodiment of masculine supremacy. And there is no civilization without masculine supremacy. So what do they want to do? They want to kill men, and they want to kill the essence of society. They want to kill civilization as well. And this is the problem that we're facing right now, is that these satanic leftists, there is no right and wrong in their heads. There's only their position and their ideology. There is no right and wrong. It is simply their ideology and them winning. That is all it comes down to. They don't care about right and wrong. They don't care about anything. All they care about is victory within, of course, their ideology. That's all it comes down to. It is nothing more, nothing less. But for myself, for the longest time, and again, I hate using myself as an example. It's pathetic to do any kind of anecdotes, but it's important enough to say it, of course. But even for myself, right? I was wanderless in some ways that I had to figure out, like, what the frick is my life, or who am I? What is the meaning of certain things? I used to have all kinds of problems because I chose to believe in these made up liberal virtues, air quotes on virtues, of course, but you know, what they impose as virtue, what they impose as these ethics and these ideals. It created problems for me in my own sort of contained way. And it created a lot of problems with the way that I would process certain things, process certain issues, whatever. And again, it doesn't even matter what it has to do with me. I'm just saying that the point is of what I'm saying is just, I know how bad this is at a very visceral level. And you don't have to. You can understand these things without having a visceral interaction with it in any way. But I understand how much these leftist ideations destroy men, and how it wires their minds, derailing them from any notion of true masculinity and what that masculinity, the fruits of the masculinity that possesses their mind. Because of course, I haven't just seen it through myself, right? And it doesn't have to be that extreme, by the way. There might be some autistic desire to see that it's an extreme outcome. It's not always that way. Simply speaking, though, like, and here's the point of what's being said here. You can be a normal guy that thinks, let's say, moderately in a masculine manner, but the indoctrination is so deep and so wide that you have these men who, they can grow up perfectly masculine, but because of this propaganda that's being pushed by the left, you will, without being able to help it, you will, in some way, shape, or form, very well likely, you will turn into a manifestation. And you will have problems as a manifestation of their corrosive ideological presuppositions. You will be distraught, you will have problems, you will be angry, upset, you will be lost, you will be confused. There will be all kinds of errors that you will run into, and you'll be like, I don't understand what's going on. I did everything the right way. You know, I did everything the way I was told to do it. How is this happening? How am I running into these problems? How is it that, you know, I was told this value, that value, the other value. I'm doing all the right things as, you know, as a little freaking liberal slave drone. I'm doing everything as I was told to do, and now I'm being dealt the worst of it all. I'm being dealt the most punishment for being, and it doesn't come down to this. I'm just saying as an example. Okay, there's many ways that this expresses itself. But you sit there and you're saying and you're asking to yourself, this is so weird. How is this a problem? How are these random issues occurring? And you'll do things that are not problematic, and then you'll be vilified for being problematic, that kind of thing. And that'll happen a lot. And the point is that, of course, these ideations and these values are very dysfunctional. They don't have any use in any way, shape, or form. But the malevolence of leftist ideology is set out to confuse men and to derail the principles of supreme masculinity, which creates men who are not confused with their life, men who are not afraid of themselves or just other random things. I mean, just make up something, and there's all kinds of random things that men who do not understand, like, where it is they're going, who they are, blah, 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 they'll be scared of the most random things. It's because they are possessed by the spirit of weakness, by the spirit of feminism, femininity, whatever. They will lack a lot of core tenets and virtues of masculinity. And again, you can be a guy that you think you mostly have everything together, but when your egalitarian ethics are really challenged and you see the reality for what they are, you'll realize, oh frick, all of this stuff is built to defeat me and no other way around it. It's all built to defeat me. And by the way, that is not the main thing that I don't know why I'm clarifying this. Anyways, there's more that goes into all these things, and obviously leftism is wrong on more accounts than one, okay? But still, you might think that, though, as a guy, you might think, oh, I've got it decently together, right? I'm not this bad thing, that bad thing. You think, okay, I've got it together and I'm doing pretty all right? There's a lot of assumptions that this is outside of myself, but I was raised around this kind of freaking environment, of course. But and many generations of men, by the way, have been raised this way pretty much ever since World War II. Let's be honest. It happened ever since then. The pussification of men, it's been happening for a long time. And a lot of men have not seen it really happen to themselves because they were raised within it and they never really thought twice about it, But again, you look at these things, it's insane. How much the male mind has been contorted, twisted, and demented beyond any rational means. What true masculinity means. And the indoctrination has gone for so long, and now you have so many generations of men who are lost. They're confused. They can't make up their own answers for themselves, so they seek out answers from others. When sometimes it's just you're the problem. You are the problem, not anybody else. And it's not so much that it's your fault. No, you were taught and raised to think a certain way, a certain liberal way. And when you think in that way, creates all these problems, and then you become maybe vengeful towards the world. That can happen. And for good reason. Of course you would become vengeful towards the world. It makes sense. But maybe you become self-defeating. You become a defeatist about what happens and how you've been contorted and twisted by these political ideations. Whatever. It shows itself in more ways than one. But ultimately the outcome is it's all the same. It all destroys you. And you end up having problems that never even should have been problems if you were raised correctly as a man. But the problem is that you're not being raised correctly. The problem is that you're being homegrown in an environment that enfeebles you. And you're being told it's normal. You're being told it's okay. And then when you start having problems, because one of the biggest things is, right, like what's happened for a lot of Western civilizations, and specifically the men within those civilizations, well, for one, they think like women, and they become as dysfunctional as women. But not only this, and it's because, of course, they're being forcefully programmed to be like women. And if they think less like women, the harder the world will push down on them to think like a woman. But the problem that you're seeing for a lot of men is that they're directionless. They can't make up their own answers for themselves, and they are in incongruency with proper ethics and values. They're completely lost and completely distraught. These are men who have been destroyed in more ways than one. And of course, there's nothing good in all of this, but for generations, this has been happening. These malformations have been instrumented against men for so long that you have all these dysfunctional boys for men, effectively. Oh shoot, I forgot about that. Oh no. Scion Flame. But the point is, man, is that you have so many men who are lost, so many men who don't have answers. And a lot of the problems, right, men have become their own, and this is the other issue. Not only has feminism been wiring men to be more like women and women to be more like men, to completely androgynize the sexes and also flip them in their roles and their psychology. And it goes against natural order, but the propaganda is so strong and the social reconditioning is so strong that it starts to slip through, and they get away with a good bit. But the other issue that is now happening is that a lot of men are their own problems. They are their own source of all their hardship. And their weakness is their own fault, right? And you could go down a list of things, but ultimately they are to blame. And of course, nowadays, civilization has become very antagonistic towards men to the point that, a woman just existing, she's going to have the world handed to her on a platter. A woman can make six figures very easily for many reasons, more than one reason. It's easier for women, for instance, to have a social network than men. Why? Well, everyone wants to bang a freaking female. That's the main reason. You have so many simps. If a guy makes good money, do you think he's going to waste his time mentoring a dude or trying to mentor a chick that he really secretly wants to bang her, right? We all know how it goes. We have so many simps and we have so many men who are just paving a road path for women. So it's more ways than one, because don't even get me started on all the other ways, right? You look at things like divorce or just women being in relationships with men. There's so many ways for a woman to profit off of being invested or associated with a man. Even if the guy that she's with is her boyfriend, she's going to get a bunch of free stuff. And if her boyfriend, right, is really wealthy and he knows how to make money through, like, let's say Airbnb rentals, well, he will teach her, because he's banging her, he'll teach her when she asks questions as to how he figured it out, how to make money through this, that, and the other thing. For men, it is so much harder to get the social connections that'll make you a lot of good money in life. So for women, making good money just comes on a freaking silver platter. They don't really have to they don't have to do anything to make any kind of money. They just have to exist, and that's it. They get what they want. For men, they have to fight tooth and nail. And even then, even when they work their freaking butts off, right? I mean, for instance, you have no clue how many female authors, for instance, how many female authors do well for themselves. Why is that? And even the same thing goes on for movie directors, right? Just women getting into creative fields. They do well for themselves, not because they actually have talent or skill. You have men, by the way, anytime a woman succeeds, she is operating at pretty much 10%, if not less, to that of a man. And all a woman has to do, typically, is only 25% of a man's work, of his quality of work, of his performance, in order for her to be praised to double the extent of a man. If a woman can make a funny joke, she will be praised for making a funny joke, when men are just not even looked at. It's like, oh, he made a funny joke, whatever. Whenever a man does anything sufficiently well, he is completely looked over. We just ignore dudes who do a good job at anything. But then when a woman ever dares to just brave herself into some kind of domain of endeavor, suddenly everybody's worshiping her, acting like she's the greatest thing that's ever happened. She's super intelligent, super smart. No one can best her. Oh my gosh, super strong female. It's like, no, you're a freaking idiot. And this is what I mean, is that a woman can just write up a random book. And I've seen many of these books, by the way. Random fiction, nonfiction books. And they will be praised for doing things that are lousy. And that if a man was doing it, he wouldn't even be praised. He would probably be mocked. Okay? There is no expectation of performance on women, only on men. And really, it's so difficult for a man to actually ever be praised in his life. Even when he does things well, he's going to be crapped on by everybody. Even when he's correct about things, a man will be crapped on by everybody. I mean, men are the objects of absolute disdain and scorn. Far more often, especially, than a woman ever is, or ever will be. But that's what's amazing, is that women, they don't have to try at anything. Women will make movies, and because it was half decent, they'll be praised for making a movie that was half decent. Well, it wasn't actually good. It's just that, oh wow, she could put two sentences together. Wow, that's awesome. But again, when it comes down to men, it's not about making two sentences flow together. It's also what's the quality of the idea behind the sentence, and so much more. Men are ridiculed on so many levels and layers of value. It's insane. But this is what's so frustrating with the state of men, is that they have to perform to really 10 times the efficiency of a woman, if not more. Depends on the field. But they have to perform so much greater than to that of a woman if they want to get anywhere, if they want to achieve anything. Simply speaking, there's just no respect offered to a man when he performs well. But this creates a very problematic situation where no matter how well a man can perform at certain things, he will be scolded, scorned, and criticized for even things that he's not even wrong in. It's like, oh, you were correct about this one thing, but still, screw you. Because I have to find some reason to nitpick your freaking existence. And you're just sitting there, you're like, okay. But then if a woman says the same thing, right? And let's just even bring this up about, let's say, abortion. If a man goes out of his way, and you have so many retards, they make up excuses for all of this. Listen, everything comes down to rationality. It is the rhetoric of your argument that matters, not your identity as you speak. But nowadays we popularize this idea that your identity is what matters. So it's like, oh, well, obviously a woman's going to be taken differently when she talks about a certain issue because she needs to be taken more seriously because women can be pregnant. And this is specifically the example here about, let's say, abortion, is that if a man makes an argument, a very good argument, he makes a sizable argument against abortion. And by the way, I mean, I don't give a crap. Liberals can go freaking ridden themselves as much as they want. I don't give a freaking crap. But still, if a man can make a very good argument against abortion, And he will not be praised. He will not be worshipped at his feet for making a very good, sizable argument against abortion. No, instead, he's going to get a lot of ridicule and he's going to get a lot of hate from just random people. But then if a woman decides, I'm going to make an anti-abortion argument, suddenly, oh my gosh, lay out the freaking golden carpet for this woman. Oh my gosh, she's the best of us. She should be she should be a champagne socialist. She should be, amongst the wealthiest of the wealthy. She has outperformed men. She must be worshipped like she can beat any man in some kind of debate. Just because a woman bothers making the same arguments that a man would, and typically it's at a far less efficiency than that of a man. She has no rhetoric, she only has her identity. But for some reason now, identity has to be the metric of success. So just because she's a woman and she's making an argument, let's say against abortion, well now suddenly her argument really matters. And suddenly she's super smart and super intelligent, and she just knows right from wrong better than anyone else, including men. Right? And she should be a millionaire and she should be having like all these opportunities, blah, 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 opposed to a guy that does a lot of hard research and makes very sound arguments, right? So meritocracy, for one, is dead because you have so many men that just outperform women in more things than one, but they're not recognized for outperforming women in more ways than one. And of course, there's nothing good about that. I don't know. I've heard certain people cope that that's a good thing. I don't even care. It's just ridiculous. What's so silly about that is like, how do you even think that? Okay, whatever. But anyways, men are not celebrated and they are also not rewarded for their merits. For what they work towards. A man can work his freaking tail off for X, Y, and Z thing, but he won't get the same results as a woman. It's that simple. Because why? Gynocracy. That's gynocentrism. We've become a identity-based civilization. When we look at the West has become an identity civilization. Everything is centric on one's identity, not their merit, not the work they do, right? Now, if you are to be proven as a famous Olympian, it's not about how you perform, it's whether or not you're a male or a female, right? We have these tennis players, men, they're not even amongst the best of the best, but they do really well, and they're not celebrated for anything. But then if a woman gets into tennis or soccer or anything, she's worshipped for doing the sport in the first place. It's like, wow, gee, you figured out how to kick a ball. Good for you. And they don't even perform at the same level as a man. But then, of course, they also demand greater pay or just as much pay, either one. Typically greater pay, though, than the men. Because of absolute entitlement, by the way, of course, but this is the issue that you see, is that you have a lot of men who are very lost. And modern civilization has done a lot to make men very lost, but men are pushed to be more effeminate than anything. They're pushed to think like women, to act like women, and they're also not rewarded. For when they do work at anything, women, again, they can try at only, if it's not 10%, they'll try at 25%. To the capacity and the efficiency of a man. But because they're a woman, they're going to be celebrated far greater than a man. And yes, you have delusional feminists. I don't give a crap about them, but you have delusional feminists who think that they work harder than men or just as equal as men. Of course, it's nonsense, but whatever. They live in delusional fairyland. So it is difficult though when you look at it, because men are so they're so punished. On top of the propaganda that is just wiring out of them any sense of masculinity, they're also insanely punished for being masculine. Or rather, actually, better way of saying it. They become punished, however, or they deal with the least amount of, let's say, merits, or the least amount of fruits to their labor whenever they do work hard. Because again, right, when we're looking at the West, it's no longer a meritorious or meritocratic civilization any longer. It's all about identitarian politics. Are you black? Okay, now you can be a CEO. Are you a female? Okay, now you can be a CEO. Are you a black female? Now you can be a CEO. Even though there's a guy that's probably been slaving away, trying to prove himself to get that promotion to be a CEO of some company, some prestigious company, well, it doesn't mean anything. Because he is not the right identity. And right now you see within modern civilization, the vilification of white men making good money for themselves. Right? If a guy is a white millionaire, there's something wrong with that. It's not that he worked for it. It's not that he's deserving of his money, of his income. No, it's terrible. It's horrible. He's a privileged biatch that his money should be taken from him. That is how it's now viewed. The exploitation that is taking place right now in modern civilizations and the amount of propaganda that's being pushed on young men, it is absolutely destroying them. So, it is absolutely asinine what it is that we're seeing here. And I can't even really make good sense of it, you know. Well, of course, there is no rhetoric behind it. It's just all politics. That's all it is. The only intention is political victory and political control. That's it. Nothing else. Nothing more. But you have this problem now that men are no longer think like men. They no longer think in a masculine manner. And because of this, as a result, they're completely wanderless. They're confused. They can't answer their own life problems. And again, they've become their own problems. They're creating their own problems now. They're so dysfunctional and they've been raised this way. Because a lot of men nowadays, they are the source of their own issues. It's like, you're you're dealing with a bunch of issues and you don't realize that it's like, okay, well, you never work out. If you did what you were supposed to do and you started working out, you might get what you want out of life. But they don't do that. And there's much deeper examples of this. But the point is that you have a lot of men now. They create a lot of problems within their own life. And they don't realize that they are creating the problem. The problem is not just happening passively upon them. You are creating your own issues. And if you invested your behaviors in the proper directions, granting unto yourself the desired results, then you would start getting closer towards what you want. And again, as I've already said, there's the dual-sided problem, though, of course, that men simply, they have to work much harder than a woman does. If they want to get something out of life, they have to work incredibly hard for whatever it is that they want. Because, again, you can be the greatest writer for something, whatever it is, that there ever was. You can be the greatest philosopher that there ever was. for your day and age that you exist within. But if you're a man, no one is going to celebrate you unless you really work your freaking tail off. Again, if a woman makes the same positions as you do, she will be celebrated. She will be worshipped for the same position that you make, just because she's female and she's doing the same thing that you're doing. That's it. That's because, again, it's based on identitarian politics, nothing else. But that's what's so crazy about all of it, man. How hard that you can push yourself as a man, but ultimately, right, how much of it really doesn't matter. And of course, the alternative is really it's no greater, right? It's not reason to give up. But the point to all of this is that men have been conditioned for generations to be weaklings, little losers. And then everyone's confused when there's problems and men are having issues and men are lost and men are despondent about many things. And it's like, well, you're creating a despondent vessel. What did you expect? You're teaching a man to be weak. You're teaching a man to behave and think like a woman. You're teaching a man for instance, that a woman has every right to let's say to humiliate him. We absolutely have tons of people, left and right, by the way, both sides of the freaking uniparty. You have a ton of people who believe that women have every right to just make clowns out of men and to disrespect men, to maliciously exploit men. And we act like it's okay. We act like it's normal. These demonic entities, they act like they're not the demented and demonic ones, even though they're the ones pushing Satanism, going against God's design, going against God's intention for how men and women were built. And of course, that men have authority and that women are to be submissive to that authority. And now we believe that women are to have authority. That is Satanism. That is exactly what Satan, that is his intention. That is exactly his desire. To pit men and women against each other in such a way to equate them, both of them, that they both have the same and equal value. You have so many Satanists. It is unbelievable. And they're both on the left and the right. So anyways, for generations, we've been destroying men. And we have been destroying the essence of a strong and masculine mindset within men. We are conditioning them and telling them that you need to be a weakling. You need to think like a little weakling. You need to think like a pathetic little loser. And by the way, the attack on freedom of speech is an attack on masculinity. And you're also seeing that right now, a huge attack a huge war being waged upon freedom of speech. And if there is no freedom of speech, then all you have left is tyranny. But you have a lot of people who are making excuses for tyranny. And ultimately, the question really comes down to this. When are people going to get real? Because you're having absolute authentic oppression by the government upon its populace. You know, this isn't made up bullcrap here. You have legitimate tyranny. And you now have these generations of young men who are becoming more and more rightfully despondent and lost. They don't know what they are. They don't know how to answer their own problems. They can't do it. And we're acting like this is okay. We're acting like this is just going to work out. It's not going to work out. It's going to turn into freaking hell on earth. You're bringing upon yourself a war. It's not going to be pretty. But here we are. We're normalizing the disenfranchisement of men. And we're acting like it's moral. We're acting like it's okay. Because we frame everything within this egalitarian, satanic notion of what reality ought to be. Men and women, they ought to be seen as equal. Well, no, why is that? They're not equal at all. They don't behave equally. Jeez Louise, man, you see the freaking silly crap that women do all the time. And it's like somehow we're just convincing ourselves that there's equality behind men and women. Like to women, it's normal. And to, of course, men that are trained and conditioned to think like women, they think it's normal to just vent out their emotions and scream and start beating into random things. Without proper masculine leadership, women are completely not only satanic, but they're crazy and they're hell-bound. And for generations, we've been selling this made-up lie that without a woman in a man's life, that a man's lost, that he's wayward. With indirection, he doesn't know where he's going. He doesn't know who he is. He doesn't know what's going to happen. The reality is that the most wayward souls happen to be women. And without male guidance and leadership, women are completely lost, and they are demonic entities. But for some reason, we normalize this nonsense, and we normalize these lies about men and women, and we try to make them out to be equal. And because they're now being enforced upon this idea of equality, well, now you're seeing you're seeing the worst outcome imaginable. You're seeing that they're lost in their way of how to create effective solutions for their own life. And you're also seeing for women just how foregone they are and that they've become as a result of leading themselves and each other. And that's the other thing too now, is that at one point it was believed that, right, if you're a millionaire, it means that you've done something to earn that. Well, of course, nowadays, what do we know about becoming a millionaire, right? You can be a female that shovels absolute drivel, feminist drivel, in some kind of work, some kind of fiction or non-fiction, let's say. And by the way, because of activism, you have plenty of wealthy women because of activism, because they turn their politics into political activism. You know, we know about things like Sweet Baby Inc. Those women have jobs, not for any good reason, but just because of politics. It's the only reason why. And you have plenty of feminists who also make good money writing up crappy feminist literature that women just buy, they slurp it up like mad crazy. You have these women who, they write up these lousy books or these lousy television shows, games, whatever. You have these women who do lousy jobs in whatever it is that they're doing. And then they're praised and they're worshipped for doing absolutely nothing. And they will even make really good money because it's a woman doing it. Again, how many women are best-selling authors? Not because they make good work. It's not because they're making good books, but it's because of what? Politics. Because a bunch of other women, they want to tell themselves and each other some kind of feminist lie. And by the way, there are male authors or male writers, whatever. I can think of many on the top of my own head. But you have a lot of male feminists who, of course, they feed into feminism. And because they're playing into feminism themselves, they also make a lot of good money. And the point is that we are completely bending and flipping upside down the understandings to the metrics of, let's say, success or merit or hard work. Like what actually merits from good work a proper outcome. We've lost this notion now. And now we live in a world that no longer is it based upon your works and based upon the value of what you do that merits what you receive. Now it's all about your politics. What is your identity? And if your identity and your politics align properly, then you somehow become worthy of proper results. And that's the thing, man. Everything's become the result of ideological indoctrination. And this is exactly what the left, this is what they want. They see no problem with it. But this is the death of meritocracy as we know it. And both sides, nobody gives a crap. Let's just be honest. You have plenty of conservative feminists. A woman says the same things that a man says, but for some reason, because it's a woman saying it, and I mean literally, you have men who are so simple that because a woman's saying the things that a man would say, well, now she's going to be celebrated. It's like, well, there's this other dude that's actually making a better argument than the female. He has much more sound logic and reasoning, but for some reason you're going to worship the female for saying something that a man says better? You know, what the frick is wrong with you? But that's where we end up. Because now, right, everything is now based within a kakistocracy. Everything's based within identity politics for both the left and the right. It's all a freaking joke, dude. Both sides are playing the same freaking coin. You can never fool yourself to say that both sides are any different from one another because they're playing for the same politics. Just pay attention to it. It's like, oh, that's interesting. I keep noticing a lot of conservatives, they're making a lot of liberal arguments. And they're calling themselves conservatives. Interesting. It's almost like they're being disingenuous. It's almost like they're lying, blatantly lying about what they're fighting for, what they believe in. You speak like a feminist, but then you're going to sit there and argue that somehow you're not. It doesn't work that way. But again, this is what leftists do. They deconstruct the meaning of words and the meaning of philosophy or values, principles, whatever. And they create a world of misnomers as a premise for reality or normality. And feminism has gone on for so long now that their lies and their deceit, well, now it's just normal, right? It's just a part of everyday life. It's as ubiquitous as breathing in oxygen. Oh, you're not a feminist? What's wrong with you? Right? Oh, you're not a feminist. Oh, well then that makes you this kind of ist, this kind of phobe, this kind of XYZ. For these Satanists, you become the manifestation of Lucifer because you don't follow their materialistic, New Age religion. And of course, the religion, by the way, only sells and lies, deceit, and delusion. Freaking A, man. How many examples do we need of this before people just freaking get it? And that's the thing, man. It's like, again, the question is, when are people gonna get real about it? You say you believe in X, Y, and Z, but you don't. It doesn't happen. Whatever it is that you say you believe in, right? We know that men, for instance, make better stories than women. But you will have these so-called conservatives or whatever, I don't know. Again, what neoliberals, of course, we let's just call them that. If a man makes a good story, he's overlooked. But if a woman goes out of her way, she makes a freaking crappy story that means nothing, she's praised for doing whatever that work is. It's like, well, that's interesting. Noticeably, she didn't do a very good job. You know, like within her story, she has crappy characters, she has a crappy narrative, blah, blah, blah. And these are by very determinable metrics. Because when we go look at men who are competing, they're doing better work. So how is it that we are lying to each other and ourselves upon the premise and the principle of value that these competing variables are presenting? Let's say as options within the market or whatever else it is that we're talking about, because, you know, this gets into so many other conversations, but still. Anyways, man, you're having legitimate problems and you have a lot of, you know, it's kind of funny because we entitle women to their feminism, to their feminist ideations and beliefs. Well, you can swear upon this. Most women would not be feminist if they were actually dealt out the true reality of performance for men. If a woman had to compete like a man has to compete for value, if a woman was scolded the same way for presenting a product, let's say, like a man does, if a woman was held up to the same scorn as a man when he chooses to compete within a marketplace, let's say, most women would be like, oh, I'm out of here, bring me back into the kitchen. But because we've created an environment, an identitarian politics environment where women do not have to compete, they just have to be the right identity, servicing the right product within their identity. Because we have an identitarian, economical civilization now, a lot of women, they fancy the idea of feminism because what's happening for them? They're being granted, they're being provided for, entitled. They're being entitled their success and their net worth. Again, we have an economy, for instance, that crazily rewards things like OnlyFans, to the point that a girl just having good genetics, right, turns her, or a good plastic surgeon, either one, turns her into a millionaire. You have a civilization like that. You have an economy like that. If there's no greater metric to how little a woman has to try in order to get by, or in order to, let's say, achieve certain pursuits, then right, what does? Again, you have endless accounts of men who labor away at different things, you know. You have men, for instance, they write all kinds of books. There's a list of non-fiction books where when a man writes it, right, he doesn't get a lot of notice. And then what happens? A woman writes. A woman can also just write on completely innocuous topics. And again, she'll just make money. She'll start selling copies and blah, blah, blah. And why is that? Because of identitarian politics. A man can present a bunch of information about, let's say the differences in men and women. A man can sell that book. But then, if a woman sells the same book, suddenly her copies are flying off the shelf. And the only time that a man does well is what? He's a feminist. If he says he's a feminist, and he's always arguing in sake of feminist imperative for women, then he becomes rewarded much like female feminists. Well, you know, at this point, those two things are interchangeable. It's ridiculous because you have an economy now where people don't have to try. And people, they don't have to actually perform. They just have to fulfill the checkbox or the checklist on the woke scorecard. And that's what's amazing, because you have women who are so conceited. They'll sit there and they'll tell men, why don't you just work harder? And it's like, did you ever think that you're not working at all and that you're being given an easier pathway forward than a man? You freaking idiot. We have endless examples. You know, I mean, dude, just look at Star Wars with freaking Kathleen Kennedy. One of the most failed freaking women in the freaking marketplace, right? Of ideas and creative endeavor. Somehow she still has her job. And we're sitting here and we're acting like a man needs to work hard in his life in order to be deserving of, you know, some kind of net worth. No. Frick. Nobody else has to freaking work hard. to make good money, to do anything. But you're going to sit there and you're going to just say that a man needs to do this and a man needs to do that. It's like, okay, you have plenty of men, by the way, who are busting their freaking anus, trying to get stuff done and trying to provide things of great quality to people, but no one cares. Why? Identity politics is why. And you have women who fail upwards. They do terribly in whatever it is that they're pursuing, and somehow they just win, right? They keep their jobs, they get promotions, they make it to the top of the freaking food chain, and you're like, this chick's completely useless. She can't even do her job right. How is she here? It's like, well, you don't understand. There's this thing called feminism. And because she's such a glowing representation of feminism, she deserves everything that she's getting. All these great entitlements that she's being afforded. Anyways, man, you have meritocracy, freedom of speech, you have all these things that are under attack. And we are presenting a world, and we are pushing for a world of absolute kakistocracy, a civilization where the meek and the weak, well, sorry, better way of saying it, where you have the tyranny of the weak. That is the number one thing that will possess civilization. And we're just completely backing it, saying that it should be this way. We should be supporting a tyranny of the weak. Absolutely. The question really comes down to when are we going to get real about it? You know, people say that they value all sorts of things, but then when it actually comes down to proving what it is that you value, backing something or whatever that is proximal, right, to what you value, it doesn't happen. You have no clue, right? My gosh, I mean, we can just use this as an example, right? You have plenty of men who fight really hard. They work really hard within the UFC. But then you have this chick named Gina freaking Carano. And of course you can throw into that loop Ronda Rousey, whatever. But there's always this random woman that she enters a field of male endeavor. She performs sub-average, sub-optimally in comparison to a man. And then she gets praised as if she's greater than most men. You don't hear a lot of guys just being touted everywhere. Oh my gosh, this guy's so tough. Oh my gosh, this guy's the best and the baddest around. But then when a woman does the same thing as that man, suddenly she's being worshipped everywhere she goes. Well, how does that make any sense? So you're telling me, and again, the men, they also perform better than the women. But then you have these cucks. They sit there and they'll parade around chicks like, you know, Gina Carano, Ronda Rousey, whatever, and they'll just parrot it off. And then you have these conservatives who are raising their daughters to think like a freaking feminist. And you're sitting there and you're like, in the end, teaching a woman that she can be a warrior amongst men is the worst thing that you can ever teach to a woman. Because if we live in a civilization, right, of equal rights, equal lefts, okay, where a chick thinks that she can just beat on a freaking man and just the man's weaker than her and she could just get away with it. Oh, jeez, bro. Freaking A. Just you freaking wait. The second you tell that guy that he can just lay in on the freaking chick, women will realize, oh frick, this feminist bullcrap isn't real. But what do? We service the lies, and we raise generations of women who now think that they can actually fight men and win in engagements against men. Again, just creating a world of absolute endemic lies and malicious intent. And of course, malicious politics and all of this. To say that things are true when they're absolutely false. Because any man knows that a woman very easily will lose any fight, any kind of engagement against a man. But for some reason, we're popularizing this idea that women can just win against men. And by the way, then you have the flip side of this insanity, where it's like, oh, you're right. Women do lose their fights against men. So you know what that means. Now we have to target men because now apparently they're targeting women or whatever. It's just new ways to freaking cope with reality. It's always antagonistic though, every time, against men. And what it comes down to is we cannot live within the truth any longer. That is clearly what many people are saying, is that the truth is unacceptable. We cannot abide by it any longer. This is absolutely unacceptable. We must disavow the truth. Again, you do not realize what kind of civilization that you are asking, that you are bringing upon yourself when you say that the truth must be concealed and that it must be made public enemy number one. It's like, okay. When you conceal the truth, you are going to have some of the greatest explosive, vengeful outcomes that you can imagine. Because in truth, you cannot conceal the truth. It doesn't work that way. It's completely dysfunctional. And again, when you try to conceal the truth will come right back after you. But anyways, man, you're just seeing a lot of ridiculous nonsense right now. You're seeing people say things that they don't actually believe in. You're seeing people, they support things they don't actually believe in. And you're seeing people reward people who are not even performing very well in their field of endeavor. Because again, it's not the truth that matters. Effectively, it's politics. We should probably come back down here, actually. That was a mistake, leaving. I should not have done that. Whoops. Okay, yo, hold up. You have a biatch that's about to win the game. Who is it? This guy. Well, is anyone going to war against Reyna, the Golden? Oh, everyone's at war. Okay, then they should totally win. There's no reason they wouldn't, so we will see. Can I somehow get into friendly territory? Nope. But you do have to ask yourself, right? It's like, what are people actually real about? What are people authentic about? What do people actually believe in? Because they say all kinds of things, but then they, you know, they do everything that's antithetical to it. But anyways, what honestly, what really matters the most is just the simple fact. Oh, look at this. Oh, I need a hero. Frick. And the Dark Knight is not from my race, so we're not going to keep him. Alright, so we do need to go back down there soon. I have no idea how. Yeah, no idea how. Anyways, you have some serious, legitimate problems. And the question is when are people going to get serious about these issues? Everyone wants to call it a problem, but nobody actually wants to do anything about the problem. And of course you have other people, they don't seem to really care that freedom of speech is under constant, well, no, it's dead now, you know. And nobody seems to really care about that either. You know, everything's all about politics now. It's, if you don't toe the ideological line, then that's when there's a problem with your argument or whatever it is that you're speaking for. It doesn't even matter if you're correct when you speak on an issue. All that matters is which political side are you fighting for? And what they want, by the way, they want absolute domination and control. They want unresisted supremacy is what they want. These leftists. Because if anyone dares to push back against their narrative, then that's where you become an unforgivable deplorable. And you'll notice this very often with libtards, is that even when they're proven wrong in their arguments, and they have no rhetoric themselves for their own arguments, they don't care. They literally don't care. You're just a big fat meanie pants to them. It is absolutely insane. Simply because you resist their position just makes you wrong. Outright. You know, I mean, seriously, man, you want to talk about freaking political bigotry? It's sitting there. And without rationality or reason backing your arguments, you believe that your position is superior to your oppositional other, whoever they are, and their argument. You believe your position to be more righteous than another's argument without logic or reasoning to back yourself up. It is absolutely asinine. Okay, we do need to start up another city. I don't know which one. Oh, look at that. That's nice. Okay, whatever. We will find another city to start. Whichever city it should be. We will find it. And we will make it. Yeah, the outpost is under siege. I ran away from up there. I need to come down here, but man, that's gonna take forever. Okay, so maybe I can have this guy go yeet down here. Frickin' yeetus squeetus, my friend. Gotta get that extra income. Oh shoot, I forgot about this. Let's get another Blessings of Paradise. I definitely want to take Forced March. Let's take that. We can rush this guy a little bit to keep going down here. And then I'm kind of interested in committing war upon my foe. I wonder what I should do here. I mean, I don't think this guy is ready to fight me. Although he's kind of chilling out around here, so if I do start fighting him, I'm gonna be on multiple fronts, but what is this guy doing? Is he fighting? Is he like up here or something? What is he doing? They're gonna take this outpost, which is pretty unfortunate, but I will take it back. Let's make another one of these. Oh dude, man, we played frickin' The Quarry recently, that game. I forget when it came out. I think it was it 2021 or 2022? I don't know. When that game came out, I don't know. It's a blur. It's a blur to me. I literally can't even remember. When did it come out? Don't know. It's one of those games where, again, so many people just picked it up after it came out, so it was like a slow drip of people experiencing that game for the first time. I think it was 2021, or maybe it was 2022. I don't know. Yeah. I don't remember, but man, I hated that game and its story. Holy, it was so bad. All right, so we are going to declare war on this guy. That will put me at risk a little bit. Not too sure what I think of this, but we will go right at it. I mean, really, what else are we gonna do, right? We gotta take this frickin' biatch, so we're gonna do it. It's a lot of people to fight with, but All right, can we fight? Well, that's too bad. All right, is everybody healed up? Oh, they're not. That's unfortunate. We have to wait. Dang. Why is this sword green? Interesting. That's a lot of damage. Shoot. Alright, well, we're gonna come right in here. We're gonna trespass because I don't care. We're gonna take this out. Yeah, we could just keep these guys here. I can't really see anything else that we should do. They should just recover all their health. Anything else would be unnecessary. Oh wow, that's a lot of dudes. Let's go do it. I'm totally fine with this. I mean, it's a lot of people to go to war with, but I believe we will make it. We should be okay. Okay, so we're gonna bring these guys back and then turn them into a vassal. We are gonna have to go around and attack a lot of biatches. I'm also gonna spam out these guys. We gotta make sure we have a lot of armies fighting for us. Alright, we can get back up here. He's taking my outpost. What a douche. Ah, shoot, brother. Let's see how it goes. It is our two armies against these guys. That's okay. I can deal with that. Alright. So, it appears to me that we are being attacked. Alright, so these raging biatches are attacking me. But you're turning that into a city? For real. Why are you turning it into a city? Why would you do this? I want to keep my freaking... I want to keep it. I'm so annoyed. Well then. I'm setting all my units on fire. Terrific. I think that's all. Let's freaking do it. Alright, so everybody's wet, just like my wife. Alright. Who should I attack? Let's do this. Very nice. And I guess let's attack over here too. Cool. A lot of critical hits. Frozen. He froze a frost dragon. That's pretty cool. So they just targeted a frozen unit. I'm not so sure about that, but okay. Let's see how this goes. Rut-row Pinocchio. Okay, so they just killed one of my slithers. That's a lot of damage. Shouldn't the Slithers have Keeper's Mark, though? I thought they did. Interesting. I can always use this, I guess. Yeah. I actually can. Is my dead? Yeah, he's back. Nice. Nice. Tons of damage. What the heck? Bro, you almost killed my freaking little guy. What the frick? What is this? Crazy. Get him. Freaking get him. Come on. Destroy him. Of course. Dear God, that was close. He almost got taken out. Alright. Will this bring back my other biatches? Aw, screw my existence. Yeah. That is right. Nice. They're low on health now, so it's a little bit unfortunate. Huh? Huh? What the heck? What's this? We're just gonna do this. Might as well. Nice. Let's get right back up here. Oh my. Alright, so it looks like some more armies are coming to fight me. We're not really that high on health, but they don't have that much power in of themselves, so we might have a chance. Just like I said to my wife. Nah. Not good enough. Let's just do this. Yeah. That is better. Oh, really? Okay, then let's come over here. Do all of my important homeboys have a mask? It looks like it to me. Oh yeah, though, man. With everything I was mentioning earlier, though. Yeah, it's been crazy seeing things for what they are. Right now, you have a massive attack on things like freedom of speech, and there's really nobody doing anything to preserve it. It is dying as of right now. And of course, nobody's fighting for it, so. But honestly, it's even ridiculous to see anybody tolerate these sycophantic liberals who are going out of their way, doing so much to stifle the essence of not only freedom of speech, which is an amendment, of course, when you look at America, but you're watching these rabid fascists going out of their way to have their way with the fullest essence to freedom of speech, to the free expression of separate positions or separate beliefs, separate viewpoints, whatever. And of course, you can imagine right now in what capacity that the attack upon freedom of speech or speech in general, there's very specific things being targeted. And honestly, it's gotten to such a point where it's like, how can you even tolerate the left at this point? You know, if you believe in any kind of values differently, truly, from the left, how can you even tolerate them? They are so antithetical. They are enemies, not only of the state, but just of the country's foundational values. They don't believe in freedom of speech in any way whatsoever. They believe in taking everyone's speech until only their narrative applies. Only their narrative is all that exists. That's what they believe in. But then you have these people who act like they believe in anything other than a leftist. And really what it comes down to is that the left, they need to be dealt the same exact hand that they're dealing to everybody else. They're going out of their way, silencing people, silencing different things, left and right. Thoughts, ideas, whatever. They're silencing people as much as humanly possible. And then you have the freaking right. They don't stand for anything. They sit there and they're like, oh, you know, it would be wrong for us to engage right back at them. So you have these crazy fanatics that are going out of their way, silencing the truth, silencing people saying what is most important to be heard. And then you're just making excuses for them. No, these people deserve exactly the same medicine that they're dealing on to everybody else. They want to take away everyone's speech. Okay, take away theirs. It's time to fight fire with fire. It's time to sit there and say, okay, you know, you want nobody else to have, to express their views. Okay, you're not allowed to express your views. It's done for you. Whatever it is you believe, nobody cares anymore. It's time that really conservatives, they have to sit there and actually, if they stand for anything, you need to fight against the left. They are anti-patriots. And they deserve everything that they've been demanding upon themselves for so long. For so long, they've been going out of their way, trying to silence people extensively. Let's do this instead, I guess. But anyways, it's simply about time that the left, that they get a taste of their own medicine, and that someone finally just sits there and says, you know what, the rules don't matter anymore. Whatever weird ethical rules that we want to keep on imposing that never mean anything, it never equals anything, it's done. No more, man. No more. You know, you want to go and infringe upon everyone else's freedom to speech? Okay, leftist, leftard. You don't have freedom of speech anymore. How about that? Freaking screw you, man. For some reason, everybody's playing nice, and everyone's playing like there's actually this code of conduct that anyone's following. No. You have one side, and they want to take everything from the other sides. That's all they want. They don't believe in anything else. They want to exploit everything that America is. They want to give away American prosperity to other foreign nationals who don't have any right to your country, its standards, any of its ethics, its values, any of its prosperity. And then not only this, but they want to tax the living daylights out of you, which means theft. They want to rob from you the fruits of your labors, and then they want to silence you. And they act like they're the gilded children, that they are somehow immaculate from scorn. No, you are the exact embodiment of scorn, and you deserve nothing other than scorn. You know, it's quite simply, screw you. So as much as they go out of their way to just try and make everybody truly uncomfortable, not made up uncomfortable like they make it up, right? It's like, oh, I'm uncomfortable. Why? Because someone disagrees with you. Okay. Well then, because you disagree with me, I'm uncomfortable. So now something needs to be done about you too. Come on, man. It's time that freaking conservatives simply fight fire with fire and tell them, you know what? You don't deserve your freedom to speech. Screw you. You know, they're creating all these organizations because of Obama, by the way. They're creating all these organizations going to war against Americans, these freaking activists. And it's like, you know what? Okay, how about we have organizations that go to war with you? Freaking screw you, man. You freaking leftard. You freaking political, ideological activist. You know, you have this entitlement that you believe that you're just owed, which is that you can be a douchebag to everybody else. Infringe on law-abiding citizens, their First Amendment. If you believe that, okay, let's go, man. You don't have your freedom to whatever freaking speech you think you're entitled to then. It's time that everybody starts taking away each other's right to speech. Freaking A. Freaking unbelievable. These freaking people. They think that they're deserving to anything. They think that they can just demand out of you that you must comply to their crappy ethics. Because also, by the way, their politics destroy civilization. So they also think that they are owed the entitlement to destroy civilization at the same time. Well, how about this? No. Screw you and no. I mean, without a doubt, man, these are absolute children. These freaking leftards. They possess no essence, no sense of normalcy, reality. For them, the real world does not apply. For them, that's how it is. And again, it's how many times I've said this before? Let's say it again. How many times has the wage gap myth been debunked? And how bullcrap is it on so many layers of rationale? How stupid is that entire paradigm of political narrative? How ridiculous truly is it? And how long has it been proven to be as ridiculous as it is? How many times have lousy feminists been disproved? And you still have these moronic feminist writers. They keep on going on and on and on about feminism. And on and on and on. About the wage gap, blah, blah, blah. Frick, man, where do you find these frickin' people? I don't know. But they keep on pushing the same narratives. And then they make it up that like anybody that deters from their politics is evil, rotten, and must be exacted against. Let's just say it like it is, man. Freaking leftards, they have it out against law-abiding citizens. There's no other way around that. If you're a normal person, they call you irregular, and they sit there and they say that you're unacceptable and we must silence. It really is. It is time for the frickin' right to play as frickin' dirty as the left does. The left has been going for so long, infringing upon all the basic tenets of American civilization. And somehow, there's people who still make arguments saying, you've got to tolerate these woke activists. How about this? No. And how about, okay, they want to destroy the First Amendment. Okay, so now let's destroy their First Amendment. Seriously, they think they can just go to war with everybody else, and that everybody else should just be sitting with their freaking hands underneath their freaking butt. Oh, you're right, we shouldn't do anything here. Oh, you're right, you can just keep on being a freaking douchebag moron. You're right. Again, here's the thing for leftists. It is not about right and wrong. It's not about being correct. It's about who wields and inflicts the strong arm of power. Who can impose their will the most? That is all it comes down to for freaking leftists. And they believe in nothing other than that. And of course, they are the new age fascists. We cannot forget this. But again, in this realm of leftism and whatnot, there is no such thing as right and wrong. There's only the imposition of power. And for these ideological saboteurs, they are deserving of nothing more than to be wielded against with the exact strong arm of power that they believe only they have the entitlement to utilize. What's insane is that these leftists, they're at war with everybody. And they believe that no one has the right to fight them. They're freaking morons, man, and there will come a day where someone finally just pushes back. And that's what they're begging for. They're begging for someone to push back on them. And that's what they deserve. They deserve to have someone push back. In whatever capacity it is, I don't care. But somebody needs to freaking push back. That's all that needs to happen. They think that they are entitled to do whatever they want. That they can go to war with everybody else and that nobody else has the right to go to war back against them. So seriously, I mean, the thing is like, unless you want the left to win, there needs to be a, let's say, conservative, sweet baby Inc. You need to start pushing them out and saying, no, your politics is not welcome here. And you know what? We're going to now create our own organizations that pushes our own intentional purposes. And that means you get politically active. You do all the things that they're doing. Because what else do you do? What else? What else do you do? What, you just keep on sitting with your hands underneath your butt? Oh, just don't do anything. Why? Because it's ethical. How does it make any sense? How? No, the only thing that you should be doing is pushing right back. Because these are not fellow citizens. These are, for one, these are villains. These are criminals. These are enemies of the freaking state. And they've now taken over the state. So now the state is the enemy of the primordial state. But what they're doing, they're engaging in civil war, is what they're doing. And that's what this is. This is civil warfare. But of course, it's not really that. Let's be honest. As I have said before, this is the modern day barbaric pillaging of modern day Rome. That's what this is. These are pillagers. They do not believe in your fellow society. They do not believe in the same principles and ethics as you do. They don't believe in anything other than winning, other than taking over their political opposition. These are not Americans. These are anti-patriots. And you have people who are so foolish to say, oh, we all have the same goals and virtues. Really? Really? Should we go down the laundry list? You freaking tard. Jeez Louise. You know, let's talk about the freaking summer of love. And how many... You know what? Again, just look at what they fight for. They fight for everything that is the disillusionment of American civilization. And they are the first ones to run the frick away the second they destroy your country. Man, dude, again, they're deserving of nothing. And it is tiring that you watch them and they push their narratives like they do. It's as simple as this, just shut up. You are the enemy. You're going against America, everything it stands for. You know, it used to be that, right? For generations, America went to war with its enemies. It's like, oh, you want to see the death of our country? Okay, well, we're going to war with you. Now, well, it's okay. Oh, you want to see our country die? Oh, okay, whatever. That's fine. You know what? That's the new patriotic. You want to see America burn and die? That is so patriotic. I respect your right to wish upon this country's death. Thank you. Thank you. Brave and beautiful. Again, maybe it's just time for Americans to realize that your fellow citizen is not a citizen. They don't believe. They don't even believe in citizenship. They don't believe in the tenants, any single one of the tenants of the country. They only believe in taxing the living daylights out of you, taking your money, impoverishing you, and engaging within political warfare. That's all they believe in. And then, of course, making ransom demands out of you. Oh, you know, you have to give us this amount of money for this random thing, or else. Or else what? Or else what, you freaking leftard? You understand that other people can fight back against your freaking stupid, possessive politics. Nobody has to put up with you. And that's the thing. They think that they are entitled to go to war with everyone. And that no one has the right to go to war against themselves. No, if you want it so badly, everyone has more than every right to push back onto you. Again, you are a politically possessed, freaking demented, satanic being. Nobody owes you anything. And again, they get away with everything that they get away with because everybody else is playing by the rules. But what happens when everyone says, screw this freaking crap? Screw the made up rules. Screw whatever freaking ethics we're all acting like we abide by. We don't. It's done and it's over with you. You're freaking done, man. You want to go attack freedom of speech? Okay, you don't have freedom of speech now. What's up? Again, it used to be that when you have enemies that are invading your civilization, you would fight back against them to procure the stability of your civilization. Saying, no, you're not just going to walk in here, take us over, destroy us inside out. You're not just going to do that. Get out of here. But nowadays, with open arms, you have these Americans. EU is doing the same thing, of course, but still. You have these Americans, they just accept their cuckoldry. They're like, oh, that's fine. That's fine. You can take advantage of me. That's fine. Oh, you know, I work a job, and you can just take all my money through taxation and then redistribute it into crappy welfare systems. Because that's just right. It's just right to cuck out the American citizen economically. It's fine. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Again, we're getting to a point where it doesn't matter what anyone's argument is. It doesn't matter who thinks who is right or wrong. It doesn't matter. None of it means anything. All that matters is who's going to win. That's the future that we're heading into right now. And that's the future that the left, that's what they deserve. A future where nobody listens to a leftist. It's just, no, our side wins, you lose. Good day, it's over for you. But right now, the left, they get away with everything because why? Nobody wants to fight, and nobody wants to just engage with these political invaders, telling them, get the frick out. Your freaking political subterfuge is tired and it is old. It is boring. Well, and of course, it's not only just boring, it's freaking malicious.
It necessitates preparation.
They are the embodiment of absolute evil.
It is
because they believe that they have every right to go to war with you, while you just sit back and you're just not allowed to do anything. So they can just keep on wailing into you, stealing from you, ruining your way of life, whatever. And you have no other right than to just sit back and let them just have at it. Have at you, have at everything, everybody. Whatever, right? Doesn't matter. But again, you have these people, they don't believe in the tenets of America. These are anti-patriots. These are invaders of civilization. Oh my gosh. Dang it, man. Again, these people, though, they're committing crimes against their fellow citizens. And now they've invaded the government, so now the government is also committing crimes against the citizens. But the question is, it's like, okay, you just think that everyone's just got to put up with this freaking crap? You think that no one's just going to push back eventually? And you think you have the moral high horse? Man, get the frick out of here. You're not entitled to rob from the American population. And you're not entitled to arbitrarily invade a civilization and destroy it from the inside out and have nobody fight back. And that's what's so ridiculous about our modern stories now, is that we keep on pushing this propaganda where, right, the hero never kills, or the hero never fights back against the villain, who's doing everything in their power to just destroy the hero, to rid the hero of a serene way of life or any kind of peace stability. These demonic entities, they believe that they have the right, though, to proliferate crime, to proliferate your impoverishment, to proliferate political warfare, and that you just can't do anything about that. You shouldn't do anything about that. And again, we now make all these stories where, for a long time, by the way, this freaking propaganda has been going on for a long time. Let's be honest, it's gone on ever since World War II. But for so many generations, it's been said that if you're willing to go and fight against your foe, your villain, there's something wrong with you. No. There's no other way that the villain loses unless you sit there and you take back exactly everything that they're taking from you. And they're trying to engage in political warfare against you, destroy you. You have every right to go and fight against them and destroy them back. And by the way, that's exactly how the freaking founding fathers, that's how they thought, and that's how they went about it. You have their mother civilization that was infringing upon some pretty basic civil liberties that should not have been infringed upon. And there were issues, of course, with, representation, blah, 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 of the population, not racially, just governmentally, right? And so they left, and then there was a war, and, the whole thing. The Revolutionary War. But the founding fathers understood that if you are going to win against an evil foe that wishes to see you dead, you have to fight back. And then you have to create distance from your foe so that they no longer can come into reach to harm you. But nowadays, you just sit here and say, it's okay. It's okay that they want to harm you. It's okay that they want to destroy your way of life. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Bend over for them. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with these deceitful, malicious actors and their demonic intent. No issue. In fact, it is immoral of you to fight back. Right? So as they choke you out, it is completely immoral to, punch the guy in the face that's freaking choking you out. Apparently there's something wrong with that now. And apparently the right way to go about things is allow yourself to be choked out because that's ethical. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable what's happened with the American spirit. There is no American spirit anymore, of course. What do we know about modern Americans? They're freaking cucks. We know that. They're just waiting for their next moment to get freaking railroaded by a freaking leftist. Some deranged freaking ideological warrior. And by the way, these ideological warriors, they are pro-social maniacs. Because, you have these people who are so invested, they're so obsessed with the narrative surrounding around mania and psychopathy. And they're always talking about, everything that has to go in regards of antisocial psychopathy, which is completely overblown, by the way. It's like, geez Louise, man, how many people are freaking serial killers? And you guys will not shut up about freaking your assumptions that so many people are basically serial killers, just waiting around the freaking corner. Geez, and I don't even want to give that more lip service than it deserves. But the point is that you have these people who are so obsessed with this narrative around around antisocial psychopathy or whatever the frick they think they're talking about. And it's like, you're so worried about all this freaking horse crap, but then yet you overlook all these other freaking retards, these crazy retards who are going out of their way to destroy civilization. These pro-social maniacs. Air quotes on pro-social. Honestly, the whole pro-social, anti-social thing, this is over-medicalizing the reality and the truth of human behavior and human psychology. There comes a point where it's far more malicious that you make a textbook definition for everything rather than just observing behavior and human behavior and seeing the outcomes of that human behavior. Because nowadays, so many things that have been good and is still good today, so many, air quotes on antisocial behaviors that were expressed all throughout history that nowadays we just completely demonize are very good things for every stage of civilization. It's not like we aged out of it, no. But nowadays, apparently, not allowing yourself to get railroaded turns you into some kind of medical perversion or whatever. I don't even know. Whatever it is, you've now become some kind of medical malformation of yourself. It makes absolutely no sense. But these are the narratives that they push. The point is, bro, well, no. You know what? That is actually a separate conversation, but let's say this instead. This whole thing about pro-social, anti-social, this, that, the other thing, it's all made up. It's all a freaking joke. It's all horse crap, dog water. It's all propaganda. You have freaking... And what it comes down to is application of behavior. You have malicious actors that are either antisocial or pro-social, and they both commit immense amounts of destruction upon civilization. Let's just be honest, the pro-social maniacs are worse than the antisocial, but we don't have documentaries about those guys. And women, of course. We don't have documentaries about the numerous pro-social maniacs that we just allow to exist within civilization. We don't go out of our way, hunt them down. If you got some antisocial whack job going around being crazy, we're like, oh, we have to find the police and we have to do something about this immediately. But then when someone's that's a freaking pro-social maniac, they're running around and they're committing their freaking mayhem upon society. We're like, I don't know. I think they paid their taxes, don't you? I don't know. They're just as normal as everybody else, right? Oh, I heard they're great around children. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and so is that crazy dude that you act like everyone needs to freaking sick the police on. You don't believe in right and wrong. You believe in politics. You believe in your freaking narrative. That's all you believe in. We allow one specific type of whack job to just exist for free in civilization, and then we sit there. And with the other whack jobs, we're like, oh, we have to sick the police on them. Explain that. Explain the illogical mechanisms. These malformative ideas. Explain their reason. And of course you can't. At the end of the day, certain criminals are far more tolerable than other ones. That's what it comes down to. And at the end of the day, some immorality, or whatever. Again, these are stupid terms to be using, but a good number of these terms are stupid to be using, but you know, some irrationalities and some crimes are just simply more acceptable than other ones. That's what it comes down to. And this is the hubris of leftists, is that they believe that no one has the right to just fight back, that no one has the right to just sit there and say, no, screw you. I'm not playing your freaking game. I'm not playing your freaking stupid crap. I'm not tolerating your freaking political activism. Nobody owes you the right to be tolerated. You're freaking demented. You're crazy. And you are not owed your pro-social maniacism. You're not owed it. And of course, on the same note of all this, it's just gotten simply ridiculous that we have to... Well, a better way of saying this, actually. We have to stop vilifying everybody willy-nilly. That's like, oh, you know, you're this, you're that, you know, and what I'm talking about is, right, you're some kind of malicious narcissist. Or you hear this term thrown around all the time. It is the most asinine bullcrap that's out there. You have these people who preach on and on about Machiavellianism. Oh, that's so Machiavellian. Oh, you're so Machiavellian. Blah, blah, blah. Nobody even knows what the frick Machiavelli means. It's about being a proper statesman. But they always, and what they've done is they've deconstructed the truth of what being a Machiavellian is and what it means. It means nothing as they tell you it is. Being Machiavellian simply means, and I've said this many times, but you have so many idiots out there who just don't get it. Being Machiavellian simply means that you are a steward, yes, in some part, but also you're just a statesman. And how do you operate as a statesman within a civilization? How do you create laws and how do you engage within leadership in such a way that you are not overthrown by the people? But then how do you also not overweigh your rule, any of your ruling as a leader? How do you not overutilize your own rule to the point of tyranny over the population? So how do you engage in this kind of dynamic as a leader without overstepping your bounds and not allowing your constituency to overstep their bounds onto you? Because either way, it's a bad outcome. If your constituency overrule against you, then that's where you can descend into, not tyranny, into anarchy. You descend into anarchy. So there's this balancing act between being a leader. You have to be only feared enough that they will not just rise up and randomly, because they assume that you're a weak leader, and that's the premise of it, by the way, is that because, and by the way, we always act like citizens are always moral agents, or they're always doing what's the best for everybody. No. Throughout history, you've had plenty of civilizations where people just don't like the guy that's in charge, even though the guy that's in charge isn't doing anything wrong. The people just simply, they want to come into power. And in fact, they're the ones who are enacting tyranny upon this civilization that they're existing within, and they commit an insurgency. And that's a huge problem. You don't want to run into that problem. You want to exist within a civilization where the leader is feared and therefore respected enough that he is not tyrannized or oppressed by the population. But you also want to live within a civilization where the leader is not engaging within tyranny upon the society and his constituency so much and so greatly that there should be an uprising, or that, of course, right, that the citizens are simply oppressed. You do not want either side oppressing the other, or else civilization deconstructs and it falls apart. And that is what Machiavellianism is. How do you weigh and how do you measure the balancing of civilization? How do you keep yourself from being tyrannized, and how do you keep the others from being tyrannized as well? So this is all, by the way, this is all a mixture of pro-social, anti-social behavior. And no one side of the coin, of the pendulum, whatever, is superior to the other. You have to have a mixture of pro-social and anti-social. If the system is imbalanced, if the interactions are imbalanced, then one side commits tyranny upon the other. And therefore civilization decays and it falls apart. We have many examples, recent and throughout history, of this happening. But then you have these people, they believe in these freaking made-up narratives of, oh, Machiavellianism, oh, it's so bad and evil, oh, how dare you, you're Machiavellian, whatever the frick that means. No, you should be and again, this is the propaganda. This is, I forget, what video did I talk about this in? I don't remember. It was one of my playthroughs, but anyways, I think in this game. But you need to be Machiavellian, or else you are oppressed, or you are the oppressor. And therefore civilization starts to deconstruct right before you. There has to be a proper balance between the two sides. Or else the stable flow of civilization and all of its operating parts starts to fall apart. Again, you have to be a feared ruler so that nobody dares, and again, only feared as far as to be respected. So that nobody just gets the bright idea, I'm just going to stand up against this guy and then I'm going to become the ruler now. Again, we act like anybody that just wishes to overtake the ruling class, that they're always the better guy. That's not always true. It takes analysis to know who is the better guy and who's the worser guy. Based upon conditions, the rebel group, the insurgency group, can be either the good guys or the bad guys. And apparently this is something that's just completely misunderstood now, somehow. But again, this is satanic impulse and intention. Wielding the truth of reality, contorting and twisting it, malforming the truth of information as we know it within civilization or within society, whatever. Deconstructing the truthful meaning of words and then malconstructing the meaning and the intention and the usage of those words to mean exactly what they do not mean. To basically create a new definition out of what something is. For instance, what is satanic, most satanic within the Bible? What would be most satanic? It would be to take God's word, and this is literally what happens in Genesis within the Garden of Eden. It is to take God's word and contort it, twist it, deceive his words against his constituency, Adam and Eve, who later then become humanity because of the first sin. It is equally demonic and satanic to take a man's words and twist it against what it actually means. This is the satanic impulse that has been instrumented upon such a notion like Machiavellianism. And is it any surprise that these deconstructionists, that they would vilify Machiavellianism? Because again, what does Machiavellianism, what does it mean? Wait, what happened to this? What? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Wait. Bro, what are you freaking doing? Anyways, is it any surprise that these Satanists, that they would deconstruct the meaning, such as, like, Machiavellianism, and go out of their way malforming and contorting the very definition of it? Because every ruler of a civilization should be Machiavellian, and they've turned it into a pejorative. Oh, don't be a Machiavellian. There's something wrong with you, especially if you're a man and you're a freaking naughty little Machiavellian. There's something wrong with you. No, you want your leader, your ruler of your civilization, you want him to be a Machiavellian. If he's not, he will misuse his power. He will miswield it, and he will not understand when he is overstepping himself, or when he is being walked all over. Because again, you want a Machiavellian leader, because you want to have a strong leader that is not walked all over. A proper Machiavellian leader understands how to not be oppressed by his people and other rulers. Because that's another part of Machiavellianism, is the politics outside of your own domain, right? Against other leaders and against their armies and against their intentions, against your own civilization. It's being a strong enough leader that you are not oppressed, and therefore your people are not oppressed. That is exactly what you want a leader to be. You want a leader to be Machiavellian. And here we are. We say that Machiavellianism is evil. We say that it's wrong. We say that, how dare you be a Machiavellian? There's something wrong with you. And this is being pushed by demonic purpose. How dare you be a ruler that's not oppressed and doesn't tyrannize? How dare you? How dare you not be a proper statesman? Because, by the way, a part of Machiavellianism is what? How do you maintain a proper republic? The most stable civilization type to be known throughout human civilization, aside from empires. Empires and republics have stood the test of time for the longest period of time. Every other civilization type crumbles very quickly. Democracies, fascism, whatever. Authoritarianism. Republics and empires stand the test of time. But then for some reason we sit here and we say, how dare you be Machiavellian? What? How dare I be the type of man that properly wields power so that a republic stands for the longest, so that a republic stands stably for the longest period of time? How dare I? How dare I lead a stable civilization, a stable republic, a stable, proven government type? Dare I? Makes absolutely no sense. But again, they are lying to you, and they have to lie to you so that then you accept their notions. Oh, egalitarianism is better. Oh my gosh, democracy. You have to buy into democracy. Why? If you study history, you know that democracy crumbles. It becomes a ruling of the horde. Mob rule. and the mob is not always right. In fact, throughout history, the mob is most often incorrect. You must have a representative civilization, such as a republic, which wards off mob rule, which wards off a population miscontorting the truth of reality or being misled. Of course, that as well. And a huge premise to republics as well is having some sort of constitution, having some sort of founding notions and ideals that stabilizes your civilization. So you're saying that there should be no founding principles of civilization. You're saying that a republic is evil because you're saying that Machiavellianism is wrong and evil. So you're saying that the proper governance of a stable republic, you're saying that's wrong and evil? So what, we should just have a willy-nilly democracy that we know will crumble very quickly and always does throughout history? That's what you're saying we should have? You know, man, it just gets to a point where you start asking these questions. It's like, who's coming up with these ideas? Who's coming up with this made up right and wrong to everything? What, you're saying that thing is evil? The thing that stands the test of time, you're saying that is evil. Where did you get that idea? I mean, seriously, you're saying that the number one thing that causes civilization to resist decay and corrosion, you're saying that's what's wrong? But again, you ask yourself the question, like, where is this freaking crap? Where is it coming from? Where does someone come up with these notions and these ideas that's like, oh, being a Machiavellian is a bad thing? Where does that idea start from? Who was the first person that said it? Because, you know, you need to understand, where does the root of the illogical position, where does it come from? I mean, for instance, Albert Einstein, apparently, he was the one that said that the definition of insanity is what? Doing the same thing over and over again. That is not the definition of insanity. You want to see a freaking definition of insanity? Look at modern day leftists. It's being devoid of all rationale, reason, and thought. And by the way, I don't know if I'd buy into it. You have other people. They say that you also have the kind of irrationality that is being too logical. And I didn't really need to mention that, but it's just, you have people that try to say that the flip side of the coin is equally bad, which, in what way have we seen that yet? Honestly, in what way have we proven that to be correct? And whatever, I mean, and if we're gonna act like it's correct, okay, how correct is that then? Because clearly, the more logical and rational a civilization and its governance is, the more stable it is. The better that civilization is, the more desirable that civilization is to exist within. So I don't know, it's a lousy argument because it's like, I mean, say it better. I mean, what are you trying to say? Are you saying that there's a point where you over-rationalize? That you become? No. That wouldn't make, no. Anyways. Maybe that you over-rationalize to the point that you're creating a fictitious reality, but then that means you're being irrational. You know? So I don't know. So anyways, that's something I need to think more about, because there's just something about that there's multiple layers about that is incorrect, and it just doesn't make sense. Where's that coming from? But, okay, let's just, anyways. Nah, frick, I forgot where we were at and all that. Anyways, you want to avoid, though, an irrational civilization. You do not want to reach the absolute state of insanity. But this is what we do with terms and definitions. For some reason throughout history, we malform what words actually mean. And my question is, where does that quote by Einstein, where does it come from? And maybe Einstein was only good with numbers. He could have been a freaking retard when it came down to philosophy, right? I mean, seriously, you said that freaking insanity is, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again. That is just incorrect. How the frick did you come up with that? That is objectively false about the definition of insanity. How the frick do you just make that up out of your freaking anus? How do you come up with that? I mean, maybe he meant it like if you're trying to solve an equation and you keep doing the same thing over and over again, you're going to just keep on getting the same result. You're the act of, and that will be the outcome of insanity. You keep on trying to do the same problem the same way over and over, and it's resulting in the wrong outcome. You're being insane right now. Okay, that makes sense within mathematics, but when we look at governance, or when, like, again, some of the most successful people and the most stable people, they do the same thing every day. They have a routine, but they also have habits that are very dependable and very reasonable, and it keeps them healthy. I mean, what? I mean, seriously, like, let's treat it like this is true, okay? Every day you drink water, every day you eat food, you're insane. How the frick does that make any sense? That is not the definition of insanity. The definition of insanity is very different from whatever the frick Einstein thought it was. And I don't know. Again, maybe he wasn't that smart. I don't know. But frick, people just want to say this guy's a freaking genius, even though he says things, he has that quote that is blatantly wrong. And again, maybe he was a genius and everything else, or maybe people are weaponizing his own words against himself, just like with freaking Machiavelli. And that's why whenever someone just tells you, like, oh, that's so this, that's so that, and it's coming from a different thinker, you need to question it immediately. It's like, whoa. Do you actually know what you're talking about here? Okay, you told me this thing is draconian. Okay, what is draconian? Like, what does whoever draconian guy is, what does he actually think? Because typically what people do, right? They will define something by terms and rather than definitions. Provide me the definition. Okay, something's Machiavellian. What is Machiavellian? Tell me. Define it to me. What is Machiavellian? Nobody can define it because they don't know what it is. Just like how people don't know how a lot of things, what a lot of things are. But that is what leftists are, right? I mean, what is feminism? Or even what's misandry? Most leftists don't know what feminism or misandry is. This is a very common trope with leftists, where they don't understand definitions, basic definitions, because they're so busy psychologically deconstructing meaning that they don't know what simple words and definitions are and what they actually are. What they actually mean to what they are. They spend so much time deconstructing meaning that they don't actually know what things are. But again, you have to notice that anything that represents a strength philosophy has been deconstructed numerous times throughout history. You will notice this. Right? Like, apparently we have to vilify the idea, for instance, like colonialism. Well, we've created the most civilized regions on the globe by utilizing colonialism. So what's wrong with colonialism? Because it actually creates good outcomes. Yes, weak civilizations they do not deserve access to their land. A strong civilization has every right to take from weak civilizations. The strong should be the ones that absolutely dominate the globe. Absolutely. Why should the weak have any kind of rule over the globe? They make nothing, and instead they decay civilization right before you. What, it's ethical? What? Weakness is ethical. Weakness? How many things are connected with weakness that are actually bad? Weakness is not a virtue. But this is what we do. We turn things like weakness into a freaking virtue. How do you make that up? But this is freaking loser and proletariat philosophy you hear from so many people. Oh, you're an evil freaking bigot because you believe in strength philosophies like colonialism and nationalism and patriotism. All these things have been vilified. Why? And we know why. Because they threaten the weak. And the weak cannot win and tyrannize without decimating the strong, or at least moralizing the strong to the point that the strong are too afraid to stand up against the weak. It's one or the other. But what all of it comes down to is that it's all made up ethics. It's all made up morality. You know, being told like, oh, that's a good thing and that's a bad thing. No, it's not. You pay attention to how these Satanists, how they lie to you, and how they contort the meaning of the real world in real time towards you. You'll notice just how malicious they really are. Again, this is demonic intent. Look at the world for what it really is, and then twist the reality. That is demonic intent. Again, just go into freaking Genesis. It's the first act of Satan. Is the hallmark action of Satan is to contort reality. So clearly, it drives me crazy just seeing blatant lies. I mean, again, what really pisses me off is how you have something as simple as Machiavellianism. And when you look into, well, what's Machiavellian? And you look at it, you're like, okay, what I have been told that Machiavellianism is, I have been completely lied to. I have been entirely lied to. So now you have to ask the question, why was I lied to? In what intentful purpose are they trying to conceal? Again, so it goes into this. What's wrong with Machiavellianism? What's wrong with being a proper statesman of a civilization to the point that the civilization is stable for both the ruler, because again, a ruler that's being oppressed by the people cannot rule. It turns into anarchy. So tell me, how a civilization that is not stable, how is that a good thing? How is it evil to maintain a stable civilization? How is that? Oh my gosh. It doesn't make any sense because it goes against the reality and the truth of what it is. And that's always the issue. You will hear leftists and supposed right-wingers, right? These are neoliberals, of course, but you'll hear them and you'll hear them tell you and say that something's Machiavellian, and which means it's sinister and it's all for your... And oh my God, this is what drives me crazy. See, I'm about to actually give a definition for what they think it is. But these freaking clowns, they can't even make their own definitions. Oh my gosh, these guys are all over the place. Oh, that sucks. They cannot even provide, though, their own definitions for the very things that they want to define the world as. And that's the thing. Tell me what freaking Machiavellianism is, and they never give you the definition. They just say, that's Machiavellian. What's Machiavellian? Don't know. You know, when someone's using a word towards you, and you can't even get a good grasp of its definition, you've got to question that word. I would say rather heavily. But again, okay, when they utilize the term Machiavellian, what do they mean? When they say Machiavellianism, what do they mean? It means maliciously contorting the world for your own self-interest or your own benefit. That's what they mean by it. But again, that's how they refuse to provide even the most simplistic of definitions. And then I clapped her within the 1dp. So we are back, by the way. Right after what I was just saying. Actually, I got up, I walked away, had to do a few things. Specifically, eat. I had to eat. But anyways. Listen, man, I was getting freaking famished out here. So apparently they're taking over my cities. So what we were talking about earlier, of course, was correct, right? It's the whole thing that we were communicating about. Okay, we can't move my units. Too bad. What I was talking about, right? Is the full essence of how you have these people who utilize terms like, man, oh my, I'm getting, jeez, yo, this is bad. I'm getting attacked everywhere. Oh my gosh. Okay, I need way more vassals. This is a problem. Whoa. Shoot, son. So anyways, everything I was talking about though, you have these people who use these words and they don't even know what these words mean. They don't know what Machiavellianism means. They try to prescript what the world is, but they can't even define it. And of course I just gave the definition a little while ago, but this is what drives me absolutely insane. When I see it and I'm like, you're just blatantly lying. You know, you're saying that something is something that it isn't. You're just a liar. That's all you are. And you are operating within demonic, satanic intent. But you know, man, outside of everything that I'm saying right now, too, we are seeing some real problems right now. You're seeing, for one, the death of freedom of speech. It doesn't exist anymore. And I you know, it doesn't matter to people until it matters. That's the other issue. Like, you don't think of it much. Yeah, you won't think of it until the problem really starts to happen or really starts to pan out. You're going to start giving a crap. You're going to be like, what the frick is going on here? It's like, yeah, for some reason, you didn't take it serious. You thought it didn't matter, but it does. And here's the issue, is that when you infringe upon freedom of speech, you can't fix issues, you can't fix problems. When the world starts falling apart, you can't do anything about it. Why? Because you're not allowed to talk about the problems. And this is the issue, right? With them doing things like trying to define up hate speech. There's no such thing. It's such a made up, what? And by the way, what? People are not allowed to dislike one another? What? So now you are a sinful being. I'm sorry. You are a irredeemable being that must be forever punished because you chose to, air quotes on, hate speech. And they could just make it up. I mean, this is the problem. It's like, you know what? You freaking leftard. Your hate speech, everything you say against anybody that's not your freaking political side. You even hate speech against the freaking people who are on your side, the neoliberals. It's like, no. You know what? Screw you. You're freaking hate speech. The frick. Golly, man. But, you know, this is what you have with these freaking leftards. And this is the issue, is that it's not even a term. It doesn't exist. It's not real. And that's the problem, is that they just make up this term so that they can weaponize their political intent. That's what it comes down to. Their position is incorrect. However, it is also a position to which they can utilize maliciously for their own political intent. That is exactly what it is. And that's the issue that we see here. They keep on mangling what words are. They keep on mangling what the world means. They keep on mangling truth and reality. Just so that they can further and furthermore control you. And what it comes down to is, don't think. You're not allowed to think. And by the way, this is something that you will realize about a lot of liberals. They don't think. They don't think out their positions. They don't think out their rhetoric. They don't think. And it's actually when you start thinking for yourself, that's when they start calling you crazy. Because they are a what? A political party of what? Of political dogma, of political indoctrination. That is their complete, entire party. That is what they believe in, and that's what they support. This is the problem that we're seeing here, is that we're seeing the death of freedom of speech, right? Which means that is the arising of what? Tyranny. Of absolute, unmitigated tyranny. And they're telling you it's normal, and they're telling you it's okay. So as the rationale, right, of the world around you becomes increasingly demonic as well as unstable, you just have to accept it, bro. It's just normal, bro. Just a little bit of tyranny, bro. What's the big problem, bro? What was I getting to, by the way, when I was talking earlier? This is bringing about some real problems, though. This is bringing about some huge issues. And what it's going to take to solve these issues, I mean, listen, man, right? Peacetime's about over. That's the thing. And that's not a good thing. But these freaking leftards, they just keep on pushing. And it's like, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? It's not like it even matters to ask the question. They're freaking crazy. That's the entire reason why. They're lunatics. But still, what the frick are you doing? What is in your freaking head that you think this is a good idea? It's not. But they want you to think it's normal, and they want you to just simply accept it. The irrationality of their artificial reality. So, I mean, you know, dude, and, we're everything I was talking about, though, my head's in way too many places, let's be honest. Wait, wasn't there... I deleted this down here. Huh. Okay. You know, I don't know what it all really means in some way, right? When I look at everything that they're pushing, when you look at everything that they've just looked past. Hold on. Wait a second. I only have one army defending me in my home territory. Dude, look at this. Holy. Oh dear God. Yo, that's a lot of dudes. Oh my God. Do I have to come back down here? I think I do. I mean, yeah, we have to clean up home territory, I think. Or you know what? We could just keep on attacking these guys up here. All right, we're going to keep on attacking. We're just going to hit them where their economy is. My one army, they will be able to manage on their own. It will be a little bit tough, but it's not impossible. Anyways, man, you know, we're seeing some legitimate problems right now. And this is inescapable, you know? So many Americans have been completely okay with throwing away and selling away the opportunities of their fellow neighbor. And it's all because, oh my gosh, this is so many armies. And it's all because they thought that they were not selling away their own opportunities in their own future. Truth of the matter is, of course, they were. The entire time they were. That's the issue. They were always selling everything away. Everyone else away. And again, exactly what the world should be is exactly what they have demonized this entire time. Right? You should be Machiavellian. Because why? You create a very stable government where both the leader and the people fear each other. That's the entire premise of Machiavellianism. The leader is feared enough that the people do not oppress the leader, and therefore there is no leader, there's only anarchy. But then the leader does not oppress the people so much as there's tyranny. They have vilified that dynamic, the philosophy of Machiavellianism, so that what? So that you could be sold the notion that air quotes on democracy is a good idea, which is really just what? It's a fake government. That's what it is. There's other issues with it too. But really, when you start actually really looking at what has it turned into in modern day, it's a fake government. You think you have a voice on the essence of your political standing or political occurrences within your civilization, and you don't. It's those who are wielding their words against you and their definitions against you. They're the ones who own everything. They own the premise of reality as you know it. And of course, they've been selling you a lie. Alright, so I have Bach Raz. Was it kind of a mistake to go to war like this, by the way? A little bit. It was kind of a mistake. But hopefully Bach Raz attacks him. You know what I noticed is that I sent these guys to go on to the next mission. And for some reason, they're actually not fighting. They're protecting their capital, which, I mean, that's not a bad move, but he's not sending these armies to go fight. Very interesting. Yeah, very interesting. Okay, well, whatever, dude. We're gonna figure it out. This is a lot of armies to whittle down, but we can do it. I mean, it's gonna be a little bit annoying, that's for sure. Because they're everywhere. They're absolutely everywhere. If I had more vassals, this would be a lot less difficult to deal with. But of course, I'm trying to build up my own vassals. You know what I will do? I do need to build up another 3 army stack. That's what we need to do. But dude, you're looking at some real problems right now developing, and right now what Americans have basically signed up for by this point, because they refuse to do anything else about it. America is going to turn into a third world country. It already basically has, but it's going to descend into absolute anarchy. Somehow this is a good thing. According to frickin' libtards, it's a good thing, but frickin' A. Bro, what the frick is happening, man? And again, they're attacking freedom of speech so that what? You can't talk about the problem. That's what they want to do. They want it so that you do not talk about the problem, and therefore the problem exists, and it continues to metastasize, but you can't do anything about it. You just watch it. You watch it happen. Stripped, powerless. Of course, this is what happens, by the way. When you create a tyrannical situation, you will invite a bloody, violent revolution. That is exactly what you will be meriting upon yourself. And there is no other choice. I mean, it's exactly what they want, but there is no other choice. It really gets you questioning just how freaking devious these political activists really are. And I don't mean the foot soldiers, I mean the billionaire political activists. They're the ones that are really... What's their end state plan? There's some ideas, right? They're selling Americans down the freaking pipe train now. You look at all the problems that currently exist for Americans, and it's like, dude, you know, how people are not more pissed off is beyond me. It's like you're not mad, you're not angry. You actually have leftards who are sitting there making excuses for their lousy politics. How could you do that? You're creating such an environment that is unsafe for everybody, for one, but you're destroying the world as we know it. And then you have these people who say you need to tolerate these fanatical leftists. Why? What are you tolerating for? They're going out of their way to destroy you. I don't know, man. I have such a hard time. This problem, though, is developing very quickly. People act like it doesn't matter. Specifically leftists, they really don't think it matters. They think it's a freaking joke. And this is why, by the way, leftists, they love crime. And as you watch, within modern civilization, you're watching crime just skyrocket out of control. And it is out of control. I mean, how the left are not more, I mean, they want this, but how they just cannot come to accept that this is bad is beyond me. Of course, they're satanic, but then you have the other side that says you must tolerate their Satanism. You must tolerate how they make excuses for all this nonsense. Really? Just makes no sense. Again, they don't want there to be a stable governance of civilization. That's why they go against Machiavellianism. But not only this. Well, that's too bad. We can replace them, whatever. But not only this. But they're at war with concepts such as nationalism, because that represents an ideal that is worth dying for. Nationalism. All throughout history it has, and it represents the achievement of an ideal. And without achieving any ideals, you have a dead civilization. And that's what they want. They want there to be a dead America. They want there to be a dead, well, European Union. Everything that used to stand for, you know, the Holy Roman Empire and whatnot. Oh, healing spires. We could use that. Yeah, we're using that right now. Let's use that. I'm spending the gold. That'll give me a lot of health on my units. If they would heal, of course. Oh, these guys are exhausted. That's why. Okay. Where else can we go? Nowhere. So we're gonna sit here. This was the other thing I forgot to mention. Always pay attention to the sleight of hand. Always. See. Always pay attention to the sleight of hand. You will notice with these freaking leftards, they're always trying to push their agenda, no matter what. And they will always, no matter what, vilify their political opposition. No matter how correct the opposition is, they will always vilify their opposition. And they will create such a reality to which their opposition has no other choice but to oppose them with immense force. Because why? They are the political party of tyranny. That is why. They wish to instrument and institute a tyrannical government. That's why they believe in democracy. They don't believe in democracy actually, but democracy never ends well. It always turns into, more often than not, a tyranny. Yeah, Toma the Reaper, that's pretty good. I wanted this right here. Yes. I really wanted this for a while.
This mastery of the mineral realm has been achieved. One may bring about the truly.
Let's do adaptive armor. Absolutely. We got to get that on our slithers. Oh, that's a lot of heroes. What the? He used that on me. Biatch. So we can do the transmutation. That's one of the things I really wanted this entire time. So we are going to do that. And then, maybe Sanctuary, that's a possibility. Make it more difficult? Nah. Actually, probably what's better is either Feywater Pond or... I mean, I want to keep the research, so we're actually going to keep that. But here, let's put this down here. Let's do haste berries, I guess. Oh my gosh, dude, they're taking everything. I definitely and desperately I need more vassals. This is getting a little crazy. Anyways, we are observing some very sizable problems. And where things go moving forward with such problems. Don't know. We're making another weapon, right? Or did we make? Oh, we made it, right? You have one political side that wants to see the death and destruction of the other political side more than anything in the world. And of course, they're bringing it. There's no way, however, that this is sustainable or that this is good. And so that all ends with the question of where the frick is this gonna go? And what was the other point I was making? Getting up and walking away sometimes breaks my train of thought massively. That was the other thing, though. You have to pay attention, though, to their sleight of hand. You must always pay attention to the sleight of hand. Anytime the left attacks a position, you must always pay attention for the sleight of hand because they're always pushing something that you are not seeing. When they call you an ist, when they call you a foe, when they call you all these words, and they try to get you into a defensive position where you say, I'm not like that. No, that's not all of it. By the way, the things that they call you out for, they're not even bad things. But of course, again, doesn't matter. They want you in a defensive position. And the second that they can get you into a defensive position, that's where they win. Because that's where you are distracted, and that's where they can push forward, push through their agenda. So you need to pay very careful and close attention. Anytime they call anything out, anytime that they're pushing anything against you, you got to pay attention. Because there's always an agenda. We're going to do Fortress of Vines. It's really helpful to have in these territories. And it should do the job that I'm looking for it to do. Hoping it does. I definitely need a whole lot more followers in all this. Well, frick, man. This sucks because I had some other things on my mind that I was getting to, but whatever. We walked away, broke my train of thought. It happens. It's not sustainable, though. And this is something that will merit a very large conflict. It's the only outcome. When you inflict your citizens with tyranny, and also, of course, when you frickin' spill their frickin' borders with frickin' criminals, they don't have another choice but to fight. You're basically leaving them defenseless. There's no way that they can just manage that blissfully and peacefully and happily. There's no way. All that you are doing is ensuring their destruction. Which brings about a very specific type of outcome. When you ensure tyranny and oppression upon your population, there's only one real, true outcome that you're left with in that situation. Oh, we can finally do this. Nuts. Let's do focus crystals. Nice. Very good. All of this dovetails into so many things, though. Everything that has been said here, this dovetails into many, many things. It is immense. But, because, this is why storytelling is so important. But anyways, you specifically, you need to pay attention to all of this. However, you need to pay attention to the sleight of hand. That is their entire intention. Is to distract you, call you a bunch of names, make you fear your moral position. And by the way, at some point you just gotta admit to yourself, morality doesn't exist. This frickin' side, they support frickin' criminals. They support frickin' degeneracy. They push for the worst things within civilization, everything that destroys civilization. And then they sit there and they call you names and you're fearful of your moral purity, your ethical purity. God help me, I become freaking ethically compromised. Why? I don't know. I'm just scared. That's what they want you to think. They want you to be afraid of standing on your freaking 2 feet for your whatever your position is. Whatever it is that it's worth fighting for, they want you to fear fighting for anything. And eventually they leave you with no other choice, of course, but it's dangerous, man. It's dangerous, all the things that they're pushing. It's very dangerous. But anyways, you have to look out for their sleight of hand. Because what they're doing is that anytime there's any kind of principle or philosophy that is premised within strength, a strength philosophy, they will do everything in their power to vilify it and make it their enemy. Because their greatest enemy and their dragon to which they're seeking out to defeat is the dragon which is strong enough to rise up against an infestation and cull the infested nest to eradicate the disease. That is the greatest threat to evil, is that it can be exterminated, and of course that's why evil must stand against strength. And of course, nobility as well. Yo, these guys are having at it. They're freaking uppity in this freaking biatch. My gosh. And it looks like I am getting more... Oh, they gave up. Just like my wife. So, I wanted to research post. I wanted to transfer this to my main city. It is tempting. It is definitely tempting. The quarry. That could be pretty nice. Having a quarry, but I don't know. We already have an outpost for it, so we're not gonna bother. Who cares? Let's just keep on taking territory over here, where I can get some of this stuff right here. Anyways, I do believe I'm going to need to recuperate myself on this. Part of what I was talking about, I kind of forgot, so... That's what sucks about getting up and walking away. Waddle waddle. But it is dangerous, man. Looking at everything that they're pushing, it is not going to end well. And that is the biggest problem to be seen in all of it. Is that in no way, shape, or form is this sustainable. By the way, hold on a minute. So, is there anything else I want to grab around here? I don't really see anything that we should grab. We should be resurrecting the city ruins, but we're pretty much getting to the point where I'm soon going to be able to let go of Bozencrav. So that's going to be pretty nice. A city should be put down here as well. I don't really want to be the one that places it down, but Yeah, we'll see. Let's just make sure that we're getting this crap. There you go. We're almost done with Bosencraft, so we can release this guy soon. Oh, I can't do an academy. Oh, that's unfortunate. That sucks. I don't really have any research I can grab here. We don't want to expand downward because Bosencraft is actually a little bit cramped. I did not realize. But we can expand upwards. Wouldn't be too bad. And it looks like they released the siege, oddly enough. I don't really know why. That's definitely strange. But anyways, it looks like these guys... Oh, Spelljammer. They're attacking the Spelljammer. Well, let's just start clearing through these armies then. Bro, it's killing me. Whatever it is that I forgot to mention in all this. It'll come back, of course, but... Are you kidding me? Biatch. My slithers are dying, like dime a dozen over here. You little frickin' biatches. Would you please? And would you mind not dying? Right, we're not gonna have a lot of health in doing this, but we should be okay. Yeah, we were okay. Not perfect, but I just gotta run around and play whack-a-mole with these frickin' biatches. They're everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. I don't really want to expand too much in this direction because I want to make sure that Vortex has enough room to expand. Yeah, we'll see. I'm getting a lot of Dark Knights. It might be because of the culture. I assume it is. We got Imperial Essence, or whatever the heck it's called. Holy Retribution, that's actually pretty nice. It is free damage, so that's pretty good. Avatar of Nature, that's pretty nice. So when is this guy gonna send out his armies? What, it's gonna be 2 turns. Understood. And we can attack these guys. Pretty nice. These guys are... cool. Alright, so we're gonna destroy this. We're gonna take the Lost Queen's Crypt. Is that a good excuse to... Nah. We're just gonna sit here and defend. Because they're after my freaking Anus. What else should I level up? At this point, it kind of doesn't matter, does it? I mean, I guess just do Inspiring Leader. And let's just get Golem Assistant, Fey Blessing. What's this? Nah. Let's do those, and then honestly, let's do Adaptive Armor for survivability, and then let's just do... Master of Disruption. I don't think it's necessary because these units are supposed to get one-shot kills or whatever. But let's give him fighting damage. I think that's better. What about this guy? I guess we're gonna do the same thing on him too. Oh, you know what? In some way, it really doesn't matter. We don't need to do Inspiring Leader because we have so much money. So we should do Vigor instead. Fey Blessing is huge to give to your heroes. Gives your units a little bit more survivability. I want to put down a Feywater Pond. My teleporter's been ruined, which is just great. I don't know what the best location is, but I don't know. I mean, the Feywater could really just go northward, couldn't it? A little bit. Something specific. I think Sanctuary should be back here. And then I don't know. Positioning's going to be weird because right here, we want to see what's boosted with this? Oh. Okay. Perfecting the Feywater Pond. I'm not really obsessive about that. The Golem Mine is kind of good. I want to do something more defensive right now. I'm thinking Feywater. And then I don't know what direction I want to expand in. I'm thinking I want to fill in this middle section here with the other guy. Oh good. I am being attacked yet again. Freaking beautiful. Can I do this? Maybe. Gotta make sure that we have forest of vines. Pretty important to have. And then let's do it again. Okay. I think everyone's in the... Nope. Let's move these guys. And let's do it. I do need to make another army stack. Oh my god, bruh. How? With all those bonuses? You're kidding me. Okay. Let's clap those cheeks. I suppose. Anthem of Victory is such a buffed up version of Inspiring Chant. Seriously, look at that. It's so much better. So much better. Oh yeah, Mass Rejuvenation. I'm sure the AI is not using that one. I'm certain of it. Those little biatches. Pieces of trash. Oh, you know what? We should connect both sides. Let's do that. There you go. Okay. We can move those guys around like that. And then this guy can do a heal. Okay, I think that does it. Let's do a lightning storm. Ruh-roh Pinocchio. Ruh-roh Pinocchio. Oh my gosh! What the? Where do you find these guys, bro? What the frick? Oh my gosh! Chill. Oh my gosh, dude, Slithers, they just can't make it into the late game. That's the only issue with them, is how do you get these guys ranked up? They're so weak. Frick. Well, that's unfortunate. Huh. Yeah, that blows. Okay, well, whatever. I'll just do my part, and then the game can do whatever the frick it wants. I do love having access to multiple spells. That's going to be something I focus on for the Sorcerer Ascension trait. So good. There you go. And let's do... Would this technically be good? Distracted's pretty nice, but I don't think I need to do that. I think more damage is better. With that, right there. Nice. Okay. Pretty good. Wow. Not enough kills. That's pretty problematic. Of course you would. Jeez. Yo, man. Insane out here. I guess I gotta forget about the frickin' Slithers, because they're just not gonna work out. They're gonna keep on dying. Really good unit, but late game, it's tough keeping them. When can I get the Tome of Dragons, by the way? Alright, so I think I just brought back my dead biatches. Is that correct? Frick! Whatever. Oh my gosh. Yo, that's hot guy magic. Nice. Yo, we are decimating right now. Yeah, you get him, Grimbeak. You go, son. That's right, punk. You're done. Alright, so we have to get another guy. Going down, kid. That's right. Alright, so we're gonna run back the other way. No! How dare you? Biatch. Wow. Unbelievable. So what, Bosencraft? What do we want here? We can do a quarry. Why not? Ah, frick. This biatch is coming in. Bro, don't you even dare. Don't you even think about it, punk. I'm watching you. You're going down, kid. I will construct a Stormbringer to wreck your Anuth. Bro, look at this. Chaos Eaters, War Breeds. Yo, this is a serious army. Let's go. I'm ready. You raging biatch. Only having one vassal hurts you so much. I'm going to try my best to get some more. Yo, really? It could have gone a little bit better, honestly. Did it have to go that way? Ah, bro, that's tough. I think I can do better. Too many damaged units in that stack. Whoever wants to attack after, they're gonna have a field day. So we're just gonna do this. Perfect. Perfect for next round. And then let's do this. We can use this guy, and we can do something like this. Alright, so what do I want to do here? I would say I think all I want to do is Lightning Storm. It's not that powerful, but it's alright. It has sustained use, so makes it worth it in that sense. Alright, is that all? I think that's it. Oh wow. Okay. Weird. What are they doing? Nice. Where's Doofy? Lend me your power. Very laggy. I think distracting pollen is also a good one, but I just don't know when's the best time to use it. Should I just give it a shot? Should I mess with it? I mean, They can possibly resist it too. It's whatever. Bro, why are you guys the ones softening them up? I don't understand. You could be getting killing momentum. You get the kill, then you get 2 shots off. Make it make sense. They could be letting my units soften them up and then they get kill shots. What the heck? What is this? And why are they not prioritizing more unit kills? I don't get it. All they do is soften them up. That's not good enough. I don't know about this. I'm not impressed. Does damaging them do anything? I don't think it does. He's just gonna die. Nice. Mercy. Oh my gosh, he's so dead. My gosh, they're going in. I'm hoping it's not on auto, because I'm gonna lose my mind if it is. Please. Please. Please don't be. You raging biatch. Okay, we're good. So we're gonna do this. Mass rejuvenation. That should bring back my dead homeboy, right? Where'd he die? What? 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 Did I use the wrong thing? It's supposed to bring him back. Hate my life. Hate my existence. Nice. Can I do this again, and will it work? No. That's a lot of damage. It's not enough damage, but it's okay. Oh. One of them died, bro. Heck. Alright. We'll just... We'll do it differently then. Frick. We're gonna do this. We're just gonna simplify everything I just did there, alright? Boosh. Hit him where it hurts. Yeah. Just doesn't matter. Does not matter. Just gonna throw things places and hope it sticks. That's it. That's all we're gonna do. And that's it. Screw it. Screw it all to ribbons. You know. Exhilarating pollen? Is that a good idea? I don't think it's gonna work. It's not worth it, bro. It's not worth it. No, sir. I'm hoping they get a kill here. On a tier 4 unit. If they don't, it's gonna be pretty rough. They need to get a kill. I don't know why they're not focusing for a kill. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I am convinced. Frick. Yikes. Of course you would. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Could have gone worse. A lot of good kills here. Here we go. Let's see how they do. Shoot, son. That's not a lot of damage. That's pretty weak. Why would you do that? A lot of grazing going on. What the heck? Where's the damage, Batman? Jeez, these guys can take it. Holy! In what world? Interesting. Is that better? Yeah, that's better. We did it, Mr. Krabs. We did it. Yo, look at all these armies. Frick. Crazy. So what kind of space are we gonna fill out with these guys? I don't know. I could see myself doing the insides of some of this stuff. A little bit. Couple of synergy bonuses I could probably go for if I do this. Maybe. Kinda. Not really. Maybe right here. I don't know. It doesn't really look like a good location. I could go down south and grab the research. Let's do that. I can't grab anything else. Your mother. Your mother couldn't grab anything else. Oh! Get wrecked. Alright, we're gonna do it right here. We're gonna do Arcanium. Boosh. Then we're gonna come right down here. We're gonna do Sanctuary, and we're also gonna do a Spelljammer. I don't know where. Could be right here. That would not be too bad. Let's do it. I don't know where the Circle of Zealotry will go, or where I'm going to build the most of my mines. I have no idea. No clue. Okay, so where are these guys going? Do I want to come down here? It's a freaking mess down here. Look at this. They're just taking everything. No idea. Bro, there's so many biatches everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Give it to me. Give me my improvements. My adaptive armor. That's a lot of bonuses. God dang. Alright, so let's come back up here. Who's in better shape? These guys are, aren't they? Oh, that easy. There's two of them. I'm taking it. All right, so we're going to sit right in here. We are going to heal up. Make sure that we're not going to get clapped. I think we should get... Let's do this first. I think we want to buff up these domains, so we're going to do that. Yeah, so we can expand a little bit more. Let's get more farms, I guess. Adaptive armor. We don't want to do any of these. Ascended Warriors is pretty alright. Fey Embrace, I don't know if it's really that good. It's okay though. It might be worth grabbing. There's a bunch of these I don't really want to get. Steel Skin, yeah. We're gonna do that. Makes my units a little bit tankier. A tad. I am expanding so far north with this guy. Freaking crazy. We're gonna do adaptive armor. Maybe. Actually, maybe not. Hold up. Wait a minute. Let's do vigor. And then we can grab both Fey Embrace, or sorry, Fey Blessing, and then we can get Golem Assistant. Alright, so I guess we're gonna come up here. Oh wow, he's finally moving some of the army. Some. He's been storing that freaking army for how long? A long time. But anyways, we are going to wreck these guys. You're going down, kid. You suck at this game. You're bad. Freaking bad. Idiot. Hold on a minute. So we got a new hero, right? And he's the only one that needs the mask, I believe. Like a freaking liberal. Where is it? Right here? Let's do that. Well, oh, you know what? We gotta do rings now. For those two biatches. Of the 9 rivers and the 9 yards. Slip away. There you go. We can grab this. Very nice. Oh, they're resurrecting it. That's funny. Well, I'm going to continue healing right here because I don't really want to deal with any drama. So we're just going to keep on healing and then we will attack. What else can we do? I would like maybe to do sanctuary. Might as well. So many locations. Sheesh. Oh, in the back? Like Rosa Parks? We could do that. Okay. What the frick, bro? I don't know what to build. He's very close though to becoming a vassal. Very close. Then we have to do this. Catapult towers. Merchants Guild is a little bit tempting, but we're not going to do a guild or anything until... I mean, I might do a Mages Guild actually, but maybe not. We'll see. We will wait on that one. Yep, they're taking that. I'm gonna have to go back down there and start clapping cheeks. Definitely. Because they're just taking everything from me right now. We're gonna do another consecrated right here. We're gonna do it on my main cities. Oh, and then there's Domain of Death. Yeah, we should do that. It just gives you that little bit of a boost. And on defensive territory, you could really use everything at your disposal, so. How close is this guy? My gosh, I've been waiting for you to be over for a long time now. I don't think Sanctuary is a good bet, but Spelljammer might be good. I don't know. I could also see doing a teleporter though. That might be nice. I mean, this guy's gonna be in a corner, so like, what does it matter for? I think, maybe a teleporter because I don't know. Not a golem mine. I don't think that's too important. I mean, Sanctuary could be good, but I don't think a resonance field. I guess a teleporter. That's all I can think of. Or a spelljammer. But honestly, frick, son. You know what? We just want these guys to be producing crap, so let's just do a golem mine, right? Why not? Let's just do that. There you go, you raging biatch. And I will buy up all the rest of the upgrades that are unique. All the other ones don't really matter. No. I will make you my war slave. I am not declaring peace. I refuse. Me and my one vassal city will stand against all of you. No matter what. Even if everything is being taken from me right now. I will stand tall against this biatch. Oh no. My innocent Stormbringer. How dare you? Can I save it? I think I can. Let's do this. You frickin' punks. Perfect. What are you gonna do, huh? The lightning's coming for you. You don't want the danger, son. You don't want it? It's not for you. You weren't built for this. You're not gonna win, kid. Yeah, you can try. You can try. Yeah, you suck. Interesting. Interesting. Oh my. No! You monster. What the frick? Wow, they're really going in. They want it that bad. Okay. I'm going to move away from the pillar of death. I am committed. I will win. Boosh. Boosh. Easy peasy. Lemon queasy. Whoosh. That's what's up. Worth it. Totally worth it. And they're gonna keep on chasing me down. I'm used to it. Okay, so we're gonna keep on sparring with these guys. We're just gonna whittle them down like a package of Swiss cheese. And they will fall before my might. Let's do this. Hold on. What are we doing? Let's damage them a little bit. Just make it a little bit easier for myself. What was I thinking? Crazy. I love it. The outcome should be really good. And it was not exactly the best, but whatever. Okay, fine. I'll take it. We will just sit here and heal up. Guerrilla tactics or something. Homeboy's gonna get a little boost. Pretty nice. Pretty nice, pretty good. And, okay, we're gonna do Beacon of Valor. That would be pretty nice to grab. They want me to expand. But in which direction should I go? I don't know. I could see myself going left. Let's just go up top here, right? Right there. Of course, he's taken everything. Dang it. Alright. Zealotry. Where do we put you? Because I don't know. What is the best position? That's what she said. I don't know. Where do we put this? I have no idea. This sucks. I kind of have an idea of what we could do. I don't really know how that's gonna work, actually. You know what, game? You win. You win at this one, punk. You've defeated me in 1v1 combat. I've lost all hope. It's over now. It's over! Yes, I have been bested. This is pathetic. And therefore, I give up. Whatever, fine. Just build it. Do whatever you want. Don't care. Oh, hello. Right, so we're gonna take Vortex and then destroy it. Nice. We will raise them. Bro, what is this? They're throwing more armies at me than I can handle. Of course. Of course. Frick. Nah, we can do this. I know what to do. You raging homosexuals. What the? Get over here. I'm healing you for no reason. Kaboom! Beautiful. Beautiful. My plan is hatching a plot. like a massive hoe. We boil until completion. Right. My body is ready for this. Let's do this. All right, and let's throw the volley right here. Now what's best?
Conan, what's best in life?
I don't know, punk. Let's move this guy up here though. And let's also move this guy over here. We are ready for completion. We're gonna do Anthem. And then we're gonna do, just be careful here. We're gonna heal up everybody. I think that's a good idea. Man, crit chance is just not good enough. I don't think it's good enough. What would give you more damage? I mean, I don't think anything else gives you more damage than crit chance. I really don't, but... these guys are just taking damage, somehow. I have crit chance, I have all this freaking damage, and... man. It's not doing enough. Can we get one kill? Thank you. It's like my AI refuses to get me kills. Terrific. 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 It gets even better. My gosh. Why did they do more damage than me? I know, I'm on major brutal difficulty. I just don't get it. Alright, so I'm starting to gaslight myself. Maybe, just maybe. And it's possible. There's better units than this. Maybe. Maybe the Mistling is actually better than the Slither. I don't know. I'm gaslighting myself. It's happening now. We need those heals.
God dang, girl. What's up?
Nice. Even better. My gosh. Oh my gosh. We set up a freaking kill swing for this turn.
Days. They had no chance, man.
So maybe we still do damage, right? In the previous turn, they had defense mode. That was the biggest reason why they were blocking a lot of damage. Oh, that's right. Hot guy magic. You better run away, punk. We're coming for you. Ooh. That is what we call damage. In the ancient tongue. A lot of healing of the biatches right now. Okay. Nice kill. Get him. Get him. Okay, listen. Slithers, they hit like a freaking truck. Okay? They do. Yo, this guy's gotten brutalized. You look at that army. You got nothing, punk. Look at you. You're a shell of your former self. Pathetic. And you're a shell of your future self. What's up? Yo, look at that. Horrific chicken joins the ranks. Alright, the 9 biatches of the 9 realms are collecting. We will ferment our power and destroy them all. The douche nozzles will fall. Right now, we're kind of just farming out these guys. I want to go attack up here. So, we will do that. Oh shoot, I gotta sneeze.
Oh, frick. This is embarrassing.
We healed up a little bit. Not too much. But enough for me to want to clap cheeks. Alright, hold on. Hold on a minute. Let's just, let's take a second. I want to build another one of these guys. Let's do that. And what else? What else? We're gonna do... Temple of the Exalted? That would be kind of nice. It looks like we're getting more territory that we can expand into. Where do we want to put our Reaver Manufactorum? What's a good location? What has the most proximity here? Oh shoot, right up here. Of course, how many can I even really build? 4. 4 mines, okay. So then technically right here would be a good location. Right in the back. Like Rosa Parks. We hit it in the back. Or we could go up here. This might be a good location right here. It's 4 overall, correct? Yeah, we only have 4 mines. That's kind of unfortunate. Yes, that is unfortunate. Whatever, though. We can make it work. We're gonna build it right there. Where's another good location? We can put the tithe right up here. We can do Golem. Frickin' Smeagol can go somewhere. I guess let's do focus crystals or just tranquility pool. Let's just do tranquility. Because I can. And then circle of zealotry. Reminds me of my wife. $14.
Dang, girl. What's up?
We're gonna put it right there. In the teleporter, I still don't know. Where's that gonna go? Feywater can go somewhere with some good synergy. Pretty much right here. Nowhere else is gonna have good synergy like this. So we're gonna do it. And I guess we'll just turn this guy into a forester as well. And we got steel skin, that's awesome. Is there anything else we need to get? Oh. Do we have disrupting blades? I don't think we do. Oh my gosh, we never got that. This is embarrassing. I'm so embarrassed for myself. Goodness. Alright, so Domain of Death. Right here. Homeboy's looking for a boost. And we came to provide. I think right here. Wait. It says what? And a quarry. Oh. And a forester. I totally forgot about that. So it has a lot of synergy. I guess we can do focus crystals. Right there. And then we will do tithe. And then we can do Golem. The Raging Biatch. Is that it? Is that good? And then Circle of Zealotry, correct? Where's a better location? I mean, I think right here. I mean, I guess we could do it up here. Yeah. Putting it right next to it would give a synergy bonus, but I don't know what to do. Let's just go for the synergy bonus. Who cares? What the frick? Just do things, bruh. Make it happen. I am forestalling. What's this? Oh, good. They're going for more. Well, anyways. Let's do some of this right here. Some mana? Yeah, that's good. Kind of. Alright. We will be back at a later time on this. So far so good, kind of. It's taking forever to build up these other vassals that I want to convert. And look at this. This is going to take forever. Jeez. My goodness. But we're almost there. We're getting there. This guy's going to take a freaking decade. Oh my gosh. Look at him. What are you waiting for? But so far, he's generating 70 research, so 60% of that is, quick maths is almost 40, or it's like 39 research, so it's okay. Anyways, we will be back.